We will start in 5 minutes.
Test, test. It's okay? 1, 2, 3. Test, test, test. Can I switch off?
Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the IHC. Welcome to the 6 members global meeting. We'd like to welcome all IHC humanitarian community, our partners, our supporters everywhere. We'd also like to welcome those who joined us on Zoom and those who are joining us on YouTube live streaming. IHC Members Global Meeting is an annual event that gathers IHC's community partners to celebrate our achievements of the last year, share our vision to the future, success, and award impactful projects of our members. It's also an opportunity where IHC partners and invited observers get a closer look into the humanitarian community challenges and core work and opportunities, therefore develop solutions and spread knowledge and increase awareness. To start the day, we'd like to share with you a word from the chairperson. Is going to be read by my colleague Assam. Assam.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to IHC. My name is Assam Ahmed. I just recently joined the marketing and telecommunications team at IHC, and I'm pleased to present a message from His Excellency Muhammad Ibrahim Shaybani, the chairman of the Supreme Committee for the Supervision of the International Humanitarian City. Dear members and partners of the International Humanitarian City, on behalf of the Supreme Committee for the Supervision of the International Humanitarian City and the Board of Directors, I'm pleased to welcome you here at the 6th MGM event. 2021 marked another challenging year in the humanitarian sector. Globally, disruptions caused by COVID-19 pandemic continued, widening disparities within and between countries. Compounded by ongoing humanitarian disasters, international cooperation and collaboration became critically important, with global problems necessitating global solutions to ensure no one is left behind. The IHC was founded by His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, with the vision of becoming the largest and the most diverse humanitarian hub. Today, this is a reality. And the vision's realization has enabled the IHC to spearhead humanitarian action and response, implementing best practices in emergency preparedness to serve those in need. Out of Dubai, the IHC's 2021 reach has embodied the spirit of global cooperation. Humanitarian assistance dispatches from the IHC warehouses reached 120 countries worldwide, delivering 1,203 shipments with a total value of $125 million. In 2021, Africa topped our beneficiaries recipient list with $60 million, followed closely by Asia with 55.9 million in aid value. The figures relating to countries served and the number of shipments in response to COVID-19 decreased, signaling positively the end of the larger scale emergency that we had been called to respond over the years. In a global first, the IHC, in support of the World Health Organization's COVAX initiative, launched the Dubai Vaccine Logistics Alliance in partnership with Dubai Ports World, Dubai Airports and Emirates Airline. The alliance, which combines the expertise and global reach of Emirates Airlines with DP World's widest network of ports and logistics operations, along with the infrastructure of Dubai Airports, and IHC supported the distribution of vaccines through 160 degrees solution that harnesses the combined logistical and infrastructure advantages of Dubai as a global hub and logistics center of excellence. Reaching communities in need, the IHC continued to grow and welcome new members and partners. In 2021, the IHC launched a partnership with Aramex to develop logistics capacities and to drive efficiencies in the delivery of humanitarian services across the globe. The IHC also signed a memorandum of understanding with the Geneva-based DHAD Foundation for Sustainable Humanitarian Development, with the aim of bridging the gap between public and private sectors and fostering collaboration to build long-term humanitarian partnerships and strengthen humanitarian cooperation. The IHC also enriched its talent pool, housing more than 500 humanitarian staff members from 78 different countries, solidifying the IHC position as a truly global hub for humanitarian excellence. With a devoted and committed team. The IHC also was delighted to welcome a number of dignitaries and ambassadors, including the Director General of the World Health Organization, Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, recognizing the IHC's outstanding facilities and operations and stressing the importance of a humanitarian cooperation. With 2021 ending, our 5-year strategy concluded. The board is currently reviewing the 2022-2025 strategy proposal with the objective of processing it by the first quarter of 2022. In line with the vision of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, through the 5-year strategy, the IHC is aiming to enhance its global footprint and to cooperate with other sister humanitarian cities and hubs to enhance humanitarian preparedness and response capabilities. Continue to leverage the IHC's and Dubai's expertise and world-class facilities. On behalf of the Supreme Committee for the Supervision of the IHC and the Board of Directors, I would like to ensure our continued support to the IHC's community in the upcoming year. The IHC looks forward to continuing to work and collaborate hand in hand to serve humanity and those in need. His Excellency Mohammed Ibrahim Al-Shaybani, Chairman of the Supreme Committee for the Supervision of the International Humanitarian City. Thank you.
Thank you, Essam. Before I invite our CEO, Giuseppe Sava, to give us a glance into the year in review, I'd like to welcome Nofel Hamadi, our IHC Scholarship Laureate. Thank you for coming today. Giuseppe?
Very good morning, and welcome to International Humanitarian City Members Global Meeting. This is our yearly appointment, and I'm pretty sure that many of you are a little bit tired because this has been a special week. It's the humanitarian week. We started last Sunday. Somebody of you were involved into the workshop organized by OCHA in preparation of the DIAD. Some of us were involved into the board of DIAD in order to see how to prepare the 2023 DIAD, because that is not absolutely something that we are going to invent in 22nd. And finally, we had 3 full days in DIAD. And yes, I assume that today we are a little bit tired. So let's see if we can concentrate everything into, let me say, a few hours by trying to close on time. This meeting, of course, is not going to get around the table only and exclusively the humanitarians, but you know very well, I get the control of the presentation, please. But our community is represented also by commercial companies. Here is the large community of IHC. But this combination is something that we know very well. There is a reason behind, which is how the manufacturers of humanitarian aid, how logistics company, how, let me say, those companies that are conducting a humanitarian business related can help the humanitarian community. I believe that didn't escape outside the DHL Innovation Center colleagues, which are showing up with some new equipments, which are going to help tremendously the humanitarian community, of course. But I will invite later on even another friend to talk about innovation. So this is our large community. And this large community did quite a lot. I'm going to ask 3 minutes of your attention just to see what has been done in the past 5 years. And in particular, what has been done in 2021.
In 2003, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Vice President and Prime Minister of the UAE and ruler of Dubai, founded the International Humanitarian City, which in 2012 became a unique, non-profit, independent humanitarian free zone authority. From originally 30,000 square meters in size, IHC grew to 135,000 square meters currently, an expansion led by Dubai's strategic geographic position due to its proximity to the manufacturers of humanitarian aid, access to top-class logistics facilities that enables serving 2/3 of the world population in a few hours flights, and being around prone areas that need humanitarian assistance. For these reasons, United Nations organizations, international governmental and non-governmental humanitarian organizations, in addition to commercial companies, found their home at the IHC in Dubai. 500 employees representing 78 nationalities and all together forming the largest humanitarian hub in the world. A community which identifies itself reflecting the Sustainable Development Goal number 17 on partnerships in its best examples. In 2021, we signed agreements with Dubai Vaccine Logistics Alliance, Aramex, DHAT Sustainable Humanitarian Foundation, Help Logistics, and UAE's Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. The data behind confirms the trends of 2020 when IHC reached the peak of its activities. In 2021, our community served 120 countries, operated 1,200 shipments, and delivered $125 million of humanitarian aid. More than 50% of our community efforts in 2021 came in response to COVID-19 pandemic. Comparing the COVID response data of 2020 and 2021, we can notice a slight drop in terms of countries served and the number of dispatches in 2021, mainly due to the cost decrease of the aid. Communicating our success and sharing challenges remain our top priority. Besides, the exponential growth in health stocks demanded an adoption of higher standards in the facilities and the launch of the Center of Excellence for Health Logistics, in collaboration with the World Health Organization to train humanitarian workers. Sharing information and the replication of the humanitarian logistics data bank in the sister humanitarian hubs is a must. It will help in identifying, managing, and tracking humanitarian aid worldwide. IHC will continue to prioritize partnership with actors aiming at better preparedness in response to the upcoming challenges.
This is what you did. I'm Yes. You deserve it. And the data are clear. There is no doubt that in the past 2 years, we reached the peak of our activities. And, especially looking the right side of this slide, where we compare substantially the growth of the health cluster stocks, is a clear indicator for us, because an exponentially growth such as this one is going to require automatically to intervene on the facilities, to intervene on and increasing the storage space under temperature control, to increase our capacity in terms of cold chain and so on. And this is where we are going to focus on our strategy for the next 5 years. It's going to require, of course, also a change, not only in terms of facilities, in terms of standards, in terms of capacity building, training, and so on. That is the reason why, together with WHO colleagues, we are extremely convinced that we need to create a center of excellence for humanitarian and health logistics. And let me clarify immediately, because here I have the presence of Marta Laurienzo, who's the UNHRD network coordinator, and she is taking care about quite a few hubs. This is not only and exclusively for Dubai. This is something that applies, and we are ready to share with all the humanitarian hubs that we mapped worldwide, and are a totally all of 11, which are managing stocks destined to international response. And when we look into the response again, we have an important component, an important part of the movements that have been done by our community was destined to COVID-19 pandemic. However, many other emergencies happened. We tried to not leave behind anybody. We spoke for a week about partnerships. Partnerships for us are extremely important. And again, it's not my current sport to sign partnership agreements. Absolutely not. The reason why I'm signing partnership agreement is because we intend to support the humanitarian community, and I'm signing for our humanitarian community those agreements. Aramex, this is an agreement which signed, but with Aramex, the component related to the corporate social responsibility. They are able to do the business themselves. They have a total different agreement with us, which is a registration license. With Emirates Sky Cargo, I believe that it's quite well known. The level of cargo that has been moved during the COVID-19 pandemic into India and many other destinations with even free of charge. The Dubai Vaccine Logistics Alliance, which was mainly created in order to support, in particular, UNICEF, which is in a desperate requirement of a lot of storage space, apart from the movement of the vaccines, for which everybody knows that is going straight from the manufacturer into the beneficiary country. But it's extremely important to provide such level of, the NATO is the master of the handling agents worldwide in many airports. But here we have two agreements which are substantially based on innovation, and DHL. I'm not going to say nothing because I would like to get them later on to explain you in 5 minutes each the reason behind these two particular agreements. I'm really extremely proud because here we are talking about innovation, about artificial intelligence and so on. The agreements with the academic institutions. Anand just mentioned the scholarship, which has been offered together with the Wollongong University. We recognize for sure that there is a clear need in this region in order to create the opportunity for the young people who would like to embrace the humanitarian work, to create them opportunities for acceding to great access to the humanitarian studies. This is something that there is no doubt. Mario Stefan was together with me and Dr. Fauci and Claire, many others, into the last report when trying to select the next topic. One of those was related to the preparation of the next generation of leaders in the humanitarian sector. So this is what we are looking for through the partnership agreement with the university, but they quite a lot of us. Why? Because yes, that was part of the discussion that I had with Marta again yesterday and the day before. It's true. Dubai is the largest humanitarian hub in the world. We are serving here, we have the opportunity of serving 2/3 of the world population. Everything is extremely important, but we have to be extremely careful that we are not going to concentrate everything in Dubai and we are going to get in other humanitarian hubs not sufficient or proportionate capacity for responding into that region. Just look what is happening today, that we are responding for Ukrainian substantially from Dubai quite a lot. And you know, on the other side, we had even the possibility if we had a good repartition of the stocks into other hubs, most probably was going to be much more cost efficient. And this is where we need again the academics helping us and telling us clearly, guys, based on our studies, you need to get this kind of level of stocks into this hub, into the other hub, and so on and so on. So this is just to give you the idea how it's important for us to get this partnership agreement with the academic. Partnership with governments is another important component for us. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, somebody was surprised. I said, yes, the National Humanitarian City is an expression of Dubai government. So, and I signed an agreement with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of the United Arab Emirates. We are strongly cooperating together with them. And this is the reason behind this agreement. The agreements with customs of Dubai, Panama, and Italy is exactly for the humanitarian logistics data bank because the data that we are receiving are passing through customs. But 2 days ago, we had the visit of the Minister of Government of Panama. And the Vice Chairman signed an agreement for having the two cities cooperating together. And our aim is to bring around the table all countries that are hosting humanitarian hubs and talk together because good luck. Among the humanitarian community, we already opened the dialogue, but what we need is to open the dialogue with the other countries, because we should, let's say, open a deal. How can we help better the humanitarian community? This is simply a cooperation among us. So, and this is the fruit. The logistics data bank is still a unique tool that we were able to create together with the humanitarian community in Dubai. Then we are involving the other humanitarian hubs. We start with Italy. Obvious that the preferred channel, because it's easy to talk with a structure such as UNHCR, considering that they are in place now since more than 20 years, 22 years exactly, and they have a very solid relationship with the hosting government. And that is the reason why we started from that side. Here we are talking with customs. Customs are expression of a government, and sometimes they are reluctant whenever you're going to ask them to drain some data from their system. And let's just talk about strategy now. Strategy of the International Humanitarian City is based on a sort of survey that we conducted with you. We get, first of all, those key comments that we need to look into our financial sustainability, but not the financial sustainability of IHC as a structure, but to be more consistent whenever the community is going to request us, for example, support in filling gaps or in getting support for moving humanitarian cargo into the affected countries. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs role and the interoperability with them. And that is the reason why we signed an agreement. How to elevate the standards of our facilities, innovation, visibility, the private sector partnership, research and development, humanitarian studies. Those are the comments that we received from our community. But our community told us also that we should operate very closely with the other humanitarian hubs. They clearly said, please don't try to put yourself into Dubai, into a silos. You need to cooperate with all the humanitarian hubs. And they are requesting us to be into the international into the international theater, into the international panorama. And we should play a role, which is also beyond of the current role here in Dubai. Means try to aggregate the other countries. That was the message, to be a proactive government entity. But on this, I believe that I assume the message was try to be more proactive, in the sense that we are not absolutely a passive donor as a government of Dubai. We are always discussing together with you, trying to understand exactly which are the requirements coming from the humanitarian community. We used to talk on the technical level and on other levels, but yes, for sure, we need to be much more proactive. We don't intend to be there just offering something, to be a passive donor, but I don't intend personally to be also the head of a condominium. This is not the condominium meeting today. This is a meeting among active members, which are conducting their operations, which are conducting their business, which are conducting their research and so on. And yes, I see as untapped new opportunities that we should explore. So what we did is that we said, which could be the vision? Pioneering global humanitarian hub, might be. To explore new models. In my previous job, what I used to say is that UNHRD is a model. Here, the model is a little bit different because it's aggregating together not only the humanitarian community, but also other actors. And then the mission is to try to lead an intergovernmental network of humanitarian cities or humanitarian hubs. In the sense, again, we intend to encourage all the other governments to work together in order to support the humanitarian community. The humanitarian community, we can help them, but we don't intend to coordinate the humanitarian community. That is a role that is delegated to somebody else. But yes, for sure, we need to involve all the other governments, especially in the areas of emergency preparedness and response, innovation, and the sustainable humanitarian action. And we identified, as far as concerns us, 5 key areas, which are upgrading, first of all, as far as concerns us in Dubai, the facilities. So, first of all, the positioning of IHC in the international theater, upgrading the facilities in line with requirements coming from the government agencies and ISO standards, awareness and visibility, we are suffering quite a lot on this, and then office digitalization, which is quite normal. But I believe that the COVID helped quite a lot on this because we had, for example, an extremely sensitive reduction of paper. We are almost paperless. It's very rare unless there is a clear requirement, but I'm signing, honestly, essential papers for which is mandatory. And then financial sustainability. I will go quickly through these 5 projects. Our idea is to promote a conference among the 11 countries which are hosting the 11 humanitarian hubs. We were aiming to do it during the expo period, but I believe that everybody noted that there is a strong, let me say, number of events, high-level visits coming into Expo, and we decided to postpone. During this conference, to get a letter of understanding signed by the 11 countries in order to take commitment vis-a-vis the humanitarian community that they are hosting in their own countries, and to open let me say, this discussion in order to increase strength, the emergency preparedness and response, and fill in the gaps and so on. Of course, this is important for us also to finalize the humanitarian logistics data bank in all of those countries. And of course, we need also to establish the center of excellence for the humanitarian and health logistics. Upgrade the facilities. This is something that is a sort of mandatory requirement. There is no discussion. We exploded in terms of health stocks in particular. We need to bring up those facilities into ISO certifications and so on. And we are already working on it. Office digitalization, I believe that is the minimum that we should do. This is going to be extremely helpful for us, in particular, as far as concerns the internal administration. And financial sustainability. Financial sustainability, we are looking for solutions in order to grant, for example, a certain number of flights per year to grant a certain amount of money in order to fill gaps. I believe that the best of the example is in these last 15 days where we have UNHCR struggling with looking for shelters to be dispatched for the Ukrainian crisis. Same, of course, with UNICEF. The same problems with WFP, UNHRD, and the members, WHO. So how to fill those gaps? And here we are talking about even substantial humanitarian aid, which are missing in terms of availability. We are studying together with some of the government entities, including the Mohammed bin Rashid Global Initiatives, how we can reinforce our part of the Global Humanitarian Impact Fund in order to grant a minimum of assistance. And the minimum of assistance for me means really at least an availability of 30, 50 flights per year for the humanitarian community. We hope, of course, that are not needed, but unfortunately, this is what we are seeing. We were so happy when we saw the data relating to the COVID-19 pandemic a little bit reduced. We spent 24 months with the shock of the largest emergency, and but we were not enough wake up for seeing that another emergency is raising up, and this is going to be a strong impact in the humanitarian community. Is going to be a strong impact also on the suppliers and so on, because still the supply chain is disrupted. I believe that here we have the best of the logisticians around the table, and can tell us exactly what is going to happen in the supply chain as per se. I'm going to stop here, and I would like to thank in advance, especially the colleagues, the panelists that are going to take the floor later on. Special thanks to Mila for accepting my invitation to coordinate and facilitate the two panels. Personal thanks, of course, goes to the colleagues from the universities and from the humanitarian community. We are challenging them today because we need to get a clear idea on what they are perceiving, especially in this particular moment, from one side on the humanitarian component, and how the academics can really support us. Thank you so much to everybody for coming today and joining us.
Thank you, Giuseppe. I think it's crucial to share a vision to the future with our community to be able to predict the trends and what's going to happen in the future. I would like, as Giuseppe said, to invite our partners, new partners, CEO of Nebel, Noor Nahas, for a short talk on our recent partnership.
Thank you, Hanan. Good morning, everybody. My name is Noor Nahas. I'm the founder and CEO of Nibble. When we founded Nibble, it was built on developing a company that used technology to transform data to intelligence. But more importantly was the core vision and the responsibility we instilled in using that technology to make the world a better place. So part of our initiatives has been to map our technology and utilization with the Sustainable Development Goals. And I can't think of one SDG that's more important than SDG 17 because it's mapping out the partnerships to enable the people who help the world with the people who can help those who help the world. So when I met Giuseppe and we had the conversation about a international humanitarian logistics data bank, you could see the fireworks going off. And it was a very exciting conversation. And I'm happy to say that because of Giuseppe's vision, because of our dream combined, we've been able to identify a way where we can really add value together. So I'm really excited about our MOU and our partnership to help transform the data that we're using today in the humanitarian world into a set of intelligence that can help improve efficiencies, deliver more to people who need it when they need it in the right way. And we've done it in 3 approaches. Our idea is first to help use the technology we've developed in machine learning and artificial intelligence to learn from the past. Second, to then use those tools to also build a set of what we call intelligence predictions. So based on what's happened before, how do we manage and go forward? And then the one that's the most exciting together is to try to develop or build this international humanitarian artificial intelligence platform. And so in collaboration with the Logistics Data Bank and our team and expertise in artificial intelligence to help support every member within the humanitarian relief organization from technology. So I really want to thank Giuseppe and the IHC team for the trust. And we're very excited and also happy to talk to anybody here about how we could potentially work as well. Thank you again, and looking forward to working with you guys.
I'd also like to invite Fatma bin Dawood from DHL to speak about our recent partnership.
Thank you so much. We have recently, actually, in the HAD signed an MOU of partnership between IHC and the innovation centers. This is our first innovation center. It's based in Dubai, opened in October. We have another innovation center in Bonn, Chicago, and Singapore. And the purpose behind the innovation center is to discover, create the trends in the logistic and supply chain, and with the purpose of creating, discovering, and connecting. And these solutions, of course, are key and important, not only in the commercial side of the logistic and supply chain, but important as well to the humanitarian organizations. Dubai being the largest stockpile in the world for humanitarian goods, both for the development as well as emergency response, makes sense that we have to come with our solutions that are already available, but at the same time, make our teams, our experts available to the humanitarian members and community to work together and find solutions of current challenges and be able to deliver these solutions to the humanitarian community. So our partnership with IHC came from quite a few discussions years ago with Giuseppe Sabah, who was focusing on how we can have innovative solutions for the supply chain. And this is where we found out that it's really important and a key. And it's very important to understand that the areas and the work that is being done in the humanitarian world, that doesn't mean it's apart from technologies or apart from innovation. So that it is a key to it. And these solutions have already been implemented in humanitarian context and can be implemented further. So the way we work is, of course, with our customers and organization. So we invite you to tours and visits and workshops. We are organizing a workshop actually on the 25th of this month around the IoT, Internet of Things. And we would like to invite you, our team who are here today, please do pass and see the solutions that we managed to bring today, but there is a lot more in the Innovation Center. The workshop that we want to run on the IoTs will be held here in IHC. So please, I really encourage you to attend and put your ideas so we can find solutions for you. And thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Fatma. I'd like now to invite our moderator for the day, Mila Cataldo, to start to introduce herself and the guests for the first roundtable.
Hi, everybody. Dear ladies and gentlemen and distinguished panelists, I'd like to extend a warm welcome to all of you. And we have a first roundtable that is 2 years of pandemic. What is the community view for the future? And my name is Mila Cataldo. I'm an Italian journalist and blogger. I'm based in Dubai, and I'm covering the UAE and the broader GCC area for one of the leading online news outlets in Italy. So today, we are looking at the major challenges that the humanitarian sector is facing due to the great changes imposed by the COVID-19 pandemic. Sorry, I will remove my mask. And this is the sign of the times. So I was saying that today we are looking at the major challenges the humanitarian sector is facing due to these great changes imposed by the COVID-19 pandemic. 2 years of restrictions, struggling with a large number of mutations spreading all over the world, and facing a global economic crisis. And in the last days, we had a violent conflict in the heart of Europe, the Ukrainian crisis. We will talk about how the community needs to rethink needs to rethink its own approach, having in mind the urgent call for action of the SDGs that are going to reshape humanitarian aid efficiency and in tackling future emergencies, including the climate change. We have experts on different fields with different backgrounds and who will share their experience and expertise. So I will start introducing the panelists. Ms. Silva Alcabe, UNHCR, Chief of Emergency Section. Please join us. And we have Ms. Marta Laurienzo, UNHRD Network Coordinator. And then Mr. Robert Blanchard, WHO Dubai Hub Manager. Mr. El Tayeb Adam, UNICEF representative of Gulf area. And then we have Dr. Fawzi Amin, IFRC representative, please. Thank you. So the first round of questions is the same for all the panelists. And from your own perspective, how the pandemic has changed the future of the humanitarian aid sector, bearing in mind that this is not going to be probably the last pandemic humanity will face. And how, in your opinion, is it going to impact emergency preparedness? So I'll start giving the floor to Ms. Silva.
Good morning, everyone. And first, thank you for inviting me here. It's my first time to attend the meeting, so it's really a pleasure to be here. I just arrived yesterday, a few hours ago from Poland, so it's quite a difference between what we are doing here and there, but I can just say that whatever we are doing, this is what we'll see the impact in our emergency response in Poland and other emergency. So talking about COVID, I think we can start talk about the general impact because COVID was kind of the first global emergency we have in the humanitarian sector. It affects everyone and it affects all our sector of life. It wasn't just like affecting one country because of conflict or natural disaster or even one region. It affects all of us. It's kind of the emergency, which I said it has no border because it was everywhere, affecting government, big power, partner, UN agency, everyone. So it shows us how we have to rethink our way of life, how to rethink how we deal with each other, how to do the kind of work, the balance between our life, our private life, our work. So I can say it has a huge impact on all of us, on all our sector. And by default, it has big impact on the humanitarian sector because at the end, the humanitarian sector is with any other government or private sector. So within humanitarian sector, because most of the time we deal with vulnerable people, we deal with refugees, we deal with IDPs. So the impact was much bigger because they are already facing a lot of challenge. They already have limitation, let's say, to access health service, to access education, to access many different type of service. But with this kind of challenge, how much they suffer more. With the emergency preparedness, I think this emergency shows that as much as we prepare, we will never be ready enough, and we have long way to go. But we need to work more together. We need to be able to coordinate together and to be ready because, as you mentioned in your question, no one expects that this will be the last pandemic. Hopefully we will be wrong, but this will not be the last one. So I think it's very important to learn some lesson from this one and move ahead. Let's say from UNHCR perspective, I can say we're ready from the usual aspect we do, how we do work. Let's say with the global stockpile, we have 7 global stockpile. The biggest one is here in Dubai. So we were ready with our tools, with our protection colleague to assist the person of concern. We were ready with our global stockpile, but also we had to shift quickly our way of work. Because let's say responding through providing PPE or providing this kind of help, it's not like, let's say, the traditional response of UNHCR. But with the support of our partner, our donor, we managed really to shift as quick as we can. We opened 2 global warehouses for PPE, for medical items in Accra and in Dubai to be able to respond to emergency. So I cannot say we were ready because I don't think anyone, even the government, were ready for this kind of pandemic. But we have kind of at least minimum standard or minimum tools which help us to be ready and to move fast to be able to respond. The good part that we have a team who is flexible, who can adapt quickly, who can be agile to have different approach to be ready to respond to this emergency. So I think we learn a lot from this one. We still have long way to go, but it's very important that we draw out lesson learned from this emergency. This is what we are doing in UNHCR. We are trying now to see what challenge we face, what we can do better next time, how we can work with our partner to do better if we face similar. And it doesn't have to be pandemic like that, but you can see like last year we have 2 big emergency. This year we start the year with huge emergency, and we did not even recover from COVID from supply chain perspective. We are still really struggling. So all in all, it's like we did not even have time to breathe. It's like every time we start to say, okay, it starts to be a little bit stable, we are hit again with another emergency. So it's very important to be prepared, and it's very important to work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I think that one thing emerges very clearly, that is cooperation. And obviously trying to work in agile and trying to build up an ecosystem. So Ms. Marta Lorenzo, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Well, I would not say things that are too much different from what you just heard, but I think that I would like to be a little bit more provocative towards ourselves and towards everybody. I concur with what has been said so far. We were ready in a certain way because we are agile. We have our stockpile. As far as I'm concerned, I am the network coordinator of a network that does exactly that. But what I think that the pandemic, that we have learned from the pandemic is that, as she just said, we were all affected by this pandemic. We were all affected in different way. We had to adjust immediately to work in a different way. And there we were, at least at WFP, we demonstrated to be already in a way able to do so. We immediately switched to a new way of working, yet WFP assistance increased in 2020, so we were even able to do better than before. But what was really showing the world is that the entire supply chain got mixed up. And it's not only the supply chain of the humanitarian community, it was the entire supply chain of the world, and the commercial also world was affected of that. We had the private sector also showed their gaps in preparedness. And what I do think it's important is this going together, this approach. I would say go even further than a cooperating approach. When I say the private sector showed the gap of the private sector had an impact on the humanitarian community to the extent that the WFP had to step in support the logistics of the others who were really driving and leading the response, WHO, UNICEF, and other partners that were really leading the response to the beneficiaries. But in addition to what we were doing in assisting our beneficiaries, we as WFP had to step in because also the private sector was not ready. The transport was really, and it's not recovered yet. So this tells us that this going together is not only, as we have thought so far, going together within the humanitarian community, but it's really rethinking the preparedness and the response. In my 27 years in the humanitarian world, I have seen many moments that I called as turning point. One of the biggest one was the tsunami, where the entire humanitarian community rethought again on how we have to approach. And there is where we started building up the cluster based on each agency leading in certain sector, and that's why then WFP stepped in during the pandemic on the logistics. But that was the moment when we started thinking about a pulling approach rather than a pushing. We don't send whatever we have, we just see what is required and we send what is required. And to do so, you need to be coordinated within humanitarian community. But still we are talking about coordination and we are talking about response. What I think that the pandemic is teaching us is that we have to now focus not only on coordination, but on a unified approach, unified at least within the humanitarian community and a coordination with the private sector. So that's a step ahead. And we need to focus on, yes, response, but preparedness more than the response is a consequences of the preparedness. How you are prepared is how you respond. And too often we concentrate on the response, so on how to be coordinated on the ground or what we do at the last moment, but we don't invest so much in the real preparedness. Were we prepared? I don't think that we were prepared. Even with the stockpiling, we need to rethink of what we stock, where and how. And this is why I think that the data bank is a key project, because you have to map what is existing. You cannot just go, I have 5 hubs, you have 2 hubs, I don't know what you have, everybody, because this is again a pushing. We pretend to do a pull, but it's a pushing way of going. No? So that's, I think, the main teaching that I get out of the pandemic. And I just let me be bold a little bit, and then I think that this is really the idea behind UNHRD. I can say this because the idea is not mine, so I can say that. And this is what we started 20 years ago. I have to say that probably we lost the track in the 20 years. Now we have to go back to what is that an instrument like UNHRD should be, and even go the step ahead. So all together offer a space to the humanitarian community to do this step ahead and go unified.
So I would say that both of you emphasize one thing, that is that the emergency had no borders. so affected everyone, and also public and private sector. But this going together that you talked about, Marta, was really important, and a unified approach. So I think this is very important. Mr. Robert Blanchard, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mila. And first, let me begin by thanking the IHC for bringing us together. You know, the impact of their efforts to develop a humanitarian community reach far beyond these walls and the borders. And it reaches those most vulnerable communities in the world, which is really hopeful for the world in this day and age. In terms of how did the pandemic impact the humanitarian community, I think it altered the landscape forever of how we do business. It changed the way we work together, from the lockdowns to the airspace closures, to the restriction of the export of medical supplies. It forced us to rethink the way we work together. We developed the ACT Accelerator with UNICEF and Gavi and WHO and others to bring together public and private sector entities to really accelerate treatments and vaccines. The COVAX initiative really accelerated the distribution of vaccines on a grand scale. These initiatives, what they did, they became a catalyst for partnerships, for working together. But at the same time, I think we went back to the basics. We started talking more. We shared more information. We shared more resources. And just the basics of working together united as one team. No one cared at all about past experiences. We just said, okay, we all have this common fight. We have to move forward. We have to work together to deliver services in this time. I think what it did is it underscored what Dr. Tedros has said repeatedly, which is, you know, unless all of us are safe, none of us are safe. So it's my hope that this experience will lead to stronger partnerships. It'll be that driver to unite us moving forward. In terms of emergency preparedness, we, of course, as my colleague said, we were not prepared. On a global scale, regionally, even at the country level, we weren't prepared. Most of the supplies coming out of Dubai in the early days were PPE that were pre-positioned for Ebola. So when I look to the future of emergency preparedness, I think what we have to do is look at how do we diversify where we position those stocks, particularly protective equipment and biomedical supplies that are needed in the early stages of an event. How do we pre-position those supplies across the network of humanitarian hubs? And how do we make sure that these hubs are alive, that they're living entities that communicate on a regular basis, to share stock levels, to rotate stocks, to monitor events, to look at trends in terms of disease outbreaks or health emergencies so we can better respond and be a bit more resilient in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that little by little, the big picture is emerging, and one important thing is communication, as you said, and going back to basis. I would say that data, little by little, become the very precious resource that we also need to use well in order to, to deliver and do this diversification that you were talking about, the supplies. So, Mr. Adam, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mila. First of all, of course, I'd like to thank the International Humanitarian City for organizing this very important panel discussion on a very important issue, actually, COVID-19, and what does it mean in terms of the pandemic for the international community. Just to say that, COVID-19 pandemic is one of the largest challenges for children in the whole of UNICEF's 75 years history. So it's kind of the biggest challenge for children. It's kind of affected children profoundly. So with school closures, with mental health, with reduction in health services, with increased poverty, billions of children were affected. So that's really in history, it's a major issue, just to say that. And also one of the learnings which which came as of COVID-19 is that we have to see how we can really build resilience on pandemics. Yesterday, I think 2 days ago, actually, the UN Under Secretary General, Deputy Secretary General, Amin Mohammed, she was in Beirut, and she was talking at the Arab Sustainable Development Forum, and she was saying, how can we really see that we prepare ourselves for future pandemics? And so that's why I'm saying here this discussion today is very, very relevant. It's not only taking place here, but also it's kind of being seen taking place at other global level. And preparedness, how can we ensure that we are prepared for future similar situations? And what are the learnings which we are now trying to bring in? Indeed, of course, preparedness, we have to look at new ways for preparedness. It shouldn't be just the traditional way of preparedness. And when I look at it, there are 3 or 4 areas maybe we should consider. The first thing is solidarity. And today, if you click on the internet and you put the word solidarity, it will all come as COVID-19 response, because one of the keywords, the buzzword which came out of COVID-19, as Robert was saying, solidarity. And when you say solidarity, it has many different dimensions. And the one which is related to this discussion is about partnerships. And when you say partnership, we're talking about public and private partnerships. So if you have seen all the different initiatives in terms of COVID-19, it has that emphasis. So today, when you talk about Dubai Vaccine Logistics Alliance, it's public and private, you see. So we have, of course, DP World, we have Emirates, and of course, IHC also is part of this one. So it's bringing public and private, similar with other initiative also in Abu Dhabi. So that's one element. The other element is, of course, the element of looking at preparedness, not only just for having a pile of stocks, which is very important and crucial to be ready. And colleagues have said that the stock we have were not relevant for the response itself. It was for something else. So we have to foresee the different type of emergencies. But at the same time, also preparedness will need, we need to look at how we prepare community, how we prepare also the local service providers like health personnel, health facilities. Because what happened now, even with the COVID-19 pandemic, we do have vaccines in countries, but then we cannot, we are not able to turn these vaccines into the arms of the people. So it's really critical to make sure that the community is prepared, service providers are prepared. This is one of the other elements. Another element, of course, is where we are going to put our, supplies in terms of hubs. Just to say that it's important that we kind of decentralize our, supplies positioning, let's say. And I think IHC have shown that this is very relevant, because then, as colleagues were saying, you have the whole issue of the supply chain disruption. China at certain point was blocked, so you cannot have supplies from China. Regional hubs, or let's say hubs with locations close to the countries which are vulnerable, which are maybe more prone to those disasters, is very important. And as I said, the case of IHC has proven that. And I think that's really very important to be taken into consideration. So that's one of the other elements. And then innovation. Everybody was talking about innovation this morning. We talk about the data bank. We talk about the artificial intelligence. Giuseppe was talking about also innovation. So innovation is really critical because it increases efficiency. It helps you to consider the different now sophisticated type of supplies you want to store, or at least to pre-position. So it's not only now about water supplies and, hygiene kits or, some of those. But now we're talking also about, for pandemics, uh, health supplies that are very important, but also it's quite clear that the number of the supplies to be pre-positions can be increased. So it could be like, might go for like 1,000 type of supplies with artificial technology that can help, but also with artificial technology, you'll be able to see in terms of the storage requirements. You have seen now in COVID-19, some of the vaccines require, something like minus 80 degrees Celsius for storage. So we have to consider all that. And I think part of this innovation can also help to address this one. Sorry, I probably taken a long time, but it's very exciting issue.
Thank you. So I think that the key words are solidarity, partnership, a different way of partnership, and also to get in contact, more in contact with community, with a community that has to receive the humanitarian aid, and decentralized supplies, and obviously data. Data is crucial. So, Dr. Faziani, the floor is yours.
First of all, I would like to thank the International Humanitarian City for inviting me for this important dialogue. Now, our movement, which is Red Cross and Red Crescent, is 150 years of age in the humanitarian field. We invest all those years in preparing our volunteers. And during the pandemic, I observed how the power of volunteerism emerged during this period in front of even the government and other agencies. We know that the government is responsible in the peacetime about the welfare of their community. But when they face crisis, the resources will be limited and they will ask for the volunteer. That was really a feature I observed during the pandemic. Government, I've received also comment from the government in every GCC country, and I can also tell you in the whole rest of the world. They said we discover how much you invest in training and your volunteer all of those years. Prepare them not just for pandemic, for war, what you will do when there is a war. We experienced this in Kuwait, Red Crescent before, in Iraq, in other countries, Yemen. So they were really getting a lot of skills, including saving life, psychological support, also the safety of themselves during the crisis. So for me, that was really the feature. To an extent, I felt, we say, we are not prepared for pandemic. In IFRC, I think we were waiting to demonstrate putting the practice of what we invest in preparation. All the people just, getting in courses and training and how to really save life and prepare themselves. That was really, we are become much stronger. And I've been in this movement for more than 40 years. I witnessed myself the changes occur in the societies, like the Syrian Red Crescent, the Yemeni Red Crescent, Libyan Red Crescent. Some of those societies were not that much active before they faced the crisis. Today, they are the school of expertise to tell the people how to deal with the crisis. And I was amazed here with the Emirati Red Crescent, how they define their role we call it auxiliary role of the government. And they focus to the areas that's not given attention. Those workers who lost their job, they decided to raise funds and take care of them and return them back to their country. it's really without looking to whatever their nationality. That's purely a good example. So it's always, to complement and not duplicate what others doing. And that was very unique during pandemic. We learned a lot. We're getting much stronger. I have a lot of examples for each country, how they manage and they utilize their volunteer during this pandemic. But I have to give the time for my colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. So I would say that another key point that emerged clearly was that nobody was prepared enough. So not even the public sector, not the private sector, and not even the humanitarian sector. The importance of volunteers and the training of volunteers. So volunteers power is something that can be crucial when an emergency comes up. Oh yeah, yeah. Sorry. I don't know if everybody heard you. Sorry, I was keeping the microphone.
So it's. I think I discovered it differently. I'm looking at it different ways. I felt, those volunteers get the opportunity to show themselves. Absolutely. And it was really received very positively from the government, and they build a trust. They appoint them in very secure places. They put them in the airport, a place where sometimes you cannot enter. They trust them to be in the airport, doing the test, receiving the messenger, guiding them what to do. So it shows how much this changes happen in the country.
Totally right. And I didn't meant that. I meant that the power of volunteers is crucial and the training that you've done. So yes, of course, you were prepared. But as we said, and as it emerged little by little, probably even institutions were not ready for such a pandemic. But yes, if we have tools such as good volunteers, well trained, we can do a good job anyway. So let's go to the second round of questions, and we want to look more deeply into the organizations you represent. So I start with Ms. Silva. The United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, UNHCR, is one of the international humanitarian city operational members and managing your biggest logistics hub in Dubai, as you also said. You mainly respond to refugee crisis, and now there is a new emergency with Ukraine. And I know that you are exploring the option to increase your storage space in the international humanitarian city. Can you tell us if this will turn into a greater commitment with the international humanitarian city? Oh.
Me? In general?
In general, okay. But do they hear me? I hope so. I can hear properly, maybe.
Okay, now it's okay? Okay.
On the other? Oh,
No
okay.
problem. Okay, good.
But not how to use a microphone.
We forget about in person. It's a little bit now going back to before. Now, I will start with your last point when you say it's greater commitment. Yes, we are expecting greater commitment. And I think being here, being a partner, we are always expecting greater commitment, regardless of which emergency or how we respond. In UNHCR, of course, the first mandate is refugee, but we have also other person of concern which we support, like in natural disaster or in conflict, like the IDP. And since we are talking about COVID and what we learned, one of the lessons learned, for preparedness out of COVID, we decided that we will do comprehensive overview of our global stockpile network. And as we mentioned, the biggest one here in Dubai. So at the end of last year, we started with a consultant, a comprehensive review for all our global stockpile to see if we are preposition in the right location, the right item, the right sealing of item, how we replenish. Like, let's just to give an example, most of us, not just in UNHCR, even with the other humanitarian community, we have the same supplier more or less we use, and they are focused in the same location. Like when COVID started, most of our items were coming from China or Pakistan, where we start to have all this restriction. And even the item which we were, let's say, buying from Europe, the raw material were coming from China or Pakistan. So this is what add a lot of pressure on us. And this is why we decide that we do this comprehensive and see how we can diversify, how we can look of our item, like, because for us, COVID is new item, like to respond, how we do our replenishment in different way to be able to respond better. And part of this, the review we did, it showed that we need to change a little bit the approach of our global stockpile. So now we have 7 global stockpile in different locations. We will, of course, maintain the global stockpile, but we will change a little bit the approach to have the global one and to have kind of what we call it the second tier or probably the regional one. So the global one, and one of them will be for sure Dubai, it will be the biggest hub. It will be where we preposition more item or even different item. And this is why we are expecting that we will request bigger storage capacity. And we will have other warehouses or other hub which will be closer to the operation or closer to the region where we have to respond. So this is part of what now we start to discuss internally in the supply management service in UNHCR to see out of what we learned from COVID, how we can do better, how we can work with the other humanitarian in different way to be able to do better. And just to give you an example, like now when start the emergency in Ukraine, because we have kind of, I cannot say it's to the emergency, but we have the response inside Ukraine, which is, we have the cluster system, and we have the response out of Ukraine with the neighboring country, which is the refugee module. So we have a lot of discussion between UNHCR and WFP because we both lead the logistic in different aspects between cluster and sector. And we agree that we will go jointly. We will do all the response jointly. Like we will have even one meeting where we will discuss with our partner, because we have more or less the same partner. We have the same problem or the same challenge. So we don't want to go one sector meeting and one cluster meeting. So the discussion and the decision now in all the neighboring country, where also we are responding to inside Ukraine, we will go all together. We will go jointly. And not just to coordinate like the meeting itself, we would like also to coordinate the resource. So we were having a lot of discussion, let's say with UNICEF to see what they are responding to, make sure that we will not duplicate, we will not, let's say, bring the same item. So this is what big part of it is our lesson learned from COVID. And in COVID, like we work also a lot with UNHRD, with UNICEF, with WHO, with everyone. And we have the same frame agreement. We have, like we depend on them with a lot of transport, a lot of delivery. So now we are trying within Ukraine emergency to also reflect of what we learn out of COVID. A commitment, yes, we have big commitment on all of us, and we are expecting more from our partner, from our other sister agency, and of course from our donor. Because at the end, we have the same target. We are all here to support the people and help each other. So we are always expecting more commitment, and I can say easy that the colleagues are really helpful and they are willing to discuss our need. Of course, we will go further with the detail with them, what is needed. But yeah, this is how we are looking at it. We want to make sure that if it happen again, and regardless if it's pandemic or a conflict, and the conflict like now we have very big one already happening, we want to be more ready than what we were before. Thank you.
Okay. So I will leave the floor then to Ms. Lorenzo. The United Nations Humanitarian Response Depot is an IHC member and is playing a crucial role in responding to the COVID pandemic from the 6 humanitarian hubs, Italy, Spain, Panama, Ghana, Malaysia, and Dubai, of course. And Dubai is the largest hub that your global network uses to stockpile relief items and equipment for promptly the delivery in emergency. And how do you see Dubai's role evolving in the future? And do you have plans to strengthen the partnership with IHC? And what would be the resources required?
Well, I hope I will remember all the questions. Okay, well, in terms of the relationship with Dubai, with IHC, the relationship is strong. IHC, as you just said, hosts one of the biggest hubs of the network, and we have a partnership, and we jointly go together. Yeah, IHC, it's in these days supporting us, all of us, I have to say, around this table in our efforts towards the Ukraine emergency, and this is what happens every time. So of course the relationship is strong, and I just mentioned before the data bank. UNHCR is fully involved in the data bank project because we strongly believe that, as I said before, preparedness is the way to go, and the data bank is a key project for preparedness. So the relationship with IHC is strong. What is the role of Dubai? I have this, I always said when we have meetings in UNHCR with all the hub managers, me included, because I also wear the head of the Brindisi manager, that I cannot think of one hub versus the other hub. Each of the hubs have their own importance, and that the value of UNHCR is the network itself, and it's the link between the hubs. It's this network that is a network of hubs, is a network of partners, is a network of governments that host us and are also partners. That's the value added. Each of the hub has its own strength, and Dubai is operationally, of course, important for the outreach that it has, for the cohabitation with many other organizations and with the private sector, and that's, I think, one of the elements that makes Dubai quite unique and key. But yet, I think that the value added of UNHCR is exactly that network. And I mentioned, it was not a case that I mentioned the governments and the host governments, and here is where IHC wears the other hats in the relationship with UNHCR. Governments also at this point, in what I was saying before, to bring UNHCR at a different level and to bring the partnerships among us at a next step in order to be prepared. I think that also the governments can look at UNHCR as a network that gives them the space to bring their agenda, humanitarian agenda forward. They have this connection among themselves, connection that is unique, the connection of those who are hosting these hubs and the connection with all the other governments that are partner to us. So what I expect, and I say it really frankly from all of them, is not only to be hosted, and I thank for that, but also to be supported. And it was funny, I was taking note of the exercise that you have done, Giuseppe, and that brought to your strategy. Many of these things came out also in the exercise. We did an external assessment this year of UNHCR, which I will present to my global partner meeting at the next global partner meeting. And some of the things that came out for you came out also for UNHCR, and one is the financial sustainability. So I think that this is the time when we all have to do a little bit of a step ahead, and those who are hosting us have to probably think of that, which in our case, it's much broader than UNHCR, of course.
Thank you. And Mr. Blanchard, the WHO is an IHC member and definitely the main player during the COVID-19 pandemic, performing the majority of the responses from IHC. Over the last 5 years, the WHO expanded its operations from IHC, going from a stock worth $5 million to more than $60 million. I know the WHO is considering to have its global logistics hub operating from IHC. And what would be your targets and what are your plans to invest in the IHC? Please.
Thank you, Mila. This is a very good question, a very timely question as well. Within the next 24 hours, we're going to be seeing the 5th charter flight leaving Dubai, carrying trauma and emergency surgery kits to Europe in response to the crisis in Ukraine. And this is the 3rd different airport that we've used over the last several days. So what it underscores the strategic importance that is one of the things that brings us all together. But equally important for us has been the partnership and the support that we've received from the UAE Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the customs authorities, civil aviation. At a time when medical supplies were being restricted, we were dispatching more than we ever had before. So that shows the level of support and commitment that's here. And that's one of the reasons why we'd like to focus our efforts on establishing a global logistics center here within WHO. We certainly see partnering with the IHC and with the UNHRD network to transfer the lessons learned, some of the innovations that we've developed, the training, the capacity building, so that we can strengthen the other hubs, so that we can transfer that knowledge with the support of the academic institutions, to other partners that we work with frequently, but also to other governments, to other countries, and to those on the ground, even volunteers, to get that knowledge transfer out there so that together as a global community, we become more resilient in the future. I think it always goes back to the level of preparedness, right? If we do these things and we do these things well, that will then drive how we respond in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Adam, the United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, is a member of the IHC community and is very active in responding to the pandemic, being part of the COVAX program, the largest vaccine procurement and supply operation in history. And UNICEF has also several partnerships in Dubai to facilitate COVAX operation. In order to achieve the COVAX goals and for possible future health emergencies, are you planning a more significant collaboration with IHC, and which would be the most relevant areas?
Thank you very much. Yes, I think just to say we have very strong partnership with IHC. It's over 2 decades of partnership. So we're very proud, of this very strategic partnership with IHC. But just to say, actually, start with to say, big emergencies require big solutions, as you always say. And this is how COVAX came into play, or at least established. COVAX, which is led by WHO, Gavi, and CP. CP is the coalition of emergency preparedness innovation. And UNICEF, a key partner, a strategic partner of COVAX, is entrusted with the procurement and delivery of the COVID-19 vaccine. It's the largest humanitarian, procurement and supply operation, as you're saying, whereby UNICEF is expected to procure and deliver 4 billion, COVID-19 doses. So far, to date, 1.4 billion doses have been procured and delivered to more than 144 countries. The focus is basically on the low-income countries. There are 72 low-income countries, which is UNICEF is focusing on. But of course, also we are procuring vaccines for the middle and high-income countries, including countries in the Gulf. That's what, just to mention that. And again, when it comes to the partnerships we have on vaccine, let's say COVID-19 response vaccine delivery in Dubai and in UAE, it's really, this is one of the global partnerships we do have, actually. Very proud of this. And I think just to say also, really, UAE have came very strongly to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. Not only through the governmental, the government effort bilaterally with countries, but also through those partnerships. And there are at least three partnerships UNICEF now have in UAE, in Dubai. We do have a partnership with the Dubai Vaccine Logistics Alliance through DP World. That's one of the strategic partnerships whereby UNICEF received facilities for warehousing, extra warehousing, and as well as also support for delivery of the COVID-19 supplies, including the personal protective equipments, oxygen compressors, and other things. And some of the first actually dispatches of supplies came from Dubai here. When we started this. But again, during the kind of the heightened time of COVID-19 pandemic in India, I think there was a wave. Also, a lot of supplies were provided from here, especially the compressors and PPEs, as we always say. So this is one of the partnership. But just to mention actual IHC, I came here to speak with Giuseppe at the time to see how we can really expand our space. We need more space. We do have all those COVID-19 vaccine supplies, and we've been, back and forth. He was talking to our also colleagues at headquarters in Copenhagen. So thank you. I thank him also, and IHC. We managed to get more space. It's another partnership, which is, as I said, strategic partnership. And then we have also a partnership with the HOPE Consortium, which is, kind of stemmed from Abu Dhabi. It's a partnership also bringing public and private partners, including Etihad, including Dubai Ports and Dubai Health Department, whereby also through this partnership, a contribution of $50 million has been made to COVAX and UNICEF in kind, including also the provision of 1 million vaccine doses. So really, it's very encouraging. But all those efforts, of course, are efforts leading to combat the pandemic, but also contributing to the efforts of vaccine equity, because that's one of the challenges now. To make sure that there is equitable distribution of vaccine. There is also increase of vaccination, especially in those hard-to-reach areas, in conflict-related areas. So all these efforts are really very, very, very crucial and important. I'm very proud to see that we are working with the IHC and other Dubai and UAE partners in general. Thank you.
Thank you. And Dr. Amin, the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies is an IHC member, given that your logistic operations are conducted from the IHC to reach the affected areas around the globe. And you've been engaged in responding to COVID-19 and other emergencies. As in Dubai, the IFRC manages a huge stock comparing to other hubs. Can you tell us what are your future plans and how the IRFC intends to strengthen the cooperation with IHC?
Thank you. Our team, they are now in Budapest. And that's indication of recognition, I consider it, how they need their expertise and the work they've done before. Unfortunately, if they are here, they will tell you more details. I'm just briefly will talk what they've done. With COVID, there was 2 stages. The first one, before the vaccine comes, we were engaged shipping the personal protection, clothes and masks and everything. That's in the first period. And then after that, the vaccine came, and we started to distribute it all in the region. And on this occasion, I would like to thank and appreciate the UAE government, how much they are donated and sending to every part of the world, Africa, Asia, Middle East, everywhere. I mean, it was in the news. That was because we have this international humanitarian city, and this coordination team together managed to achieve this goal. So, I mean, this is one area, and we look in the future, because now while we are talking, I have the feeling that we are in the same house, but each one working separately. And if Giuseppe mentioned that we want to work with another humanitarian city in Panama, now we need to also to focus how we will work together. And I think I will request Giuseppe that I can really bring a team from Geneva who will tell you what can IFRC can offer. We sit with you under the umbrella of International University. So we discuss a plan for next pandemic or even any crisis. Discover, we learn from you, and you learn from us. And I think if we need something as a tangible outcome of this discussion, let us do that. So I will be playing the role of connection. I'm not the expert in this area. I bring the experts, and they will tell you what's our plan, what's future, and what you also, and I'm sure there will be a lot of things together we can work, that will strengthen the work together, not individually. So this is a request, and I hope next time when we come, we will do it with the help of Giuseppe. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So a very short final statement to all the panelists. I mean, something, a key takeaway that each of you would like to address to the listeners. We can follow the same order.
No, I think for me, the first and most important part is, again, working together. I think it's clear that we need it, and it should to go way beyond just having the meeting of coordination, the discussion. We need to work together with the available resource. It's very important that we share this resource, because especially from supply chain and production and item, the resource is going less and less. Like you can see that sometimes we compete over the same item with the same supplier, or we compete over the same delivery with the same airlift. So we did it a few times in COVID when I remember with WHO also we did shared airlift. We did it with UNICEF. So it's very important that we don't just coordinate the discussion or the tool. We need really to coordinate the response, and we need to share resource. And I think the data bank will be a big help, because it shows you what is there, where, and how we can, let's say, approach other partners to ask for their support in something. And this is what we are doing now in Ukraine. We are sharing a lot of resource. Like in one of the locations, we are sharing with WFP the warehouse. We are sharing the offices. We are also checking with UNICEF for item what we can bring together, like, or if we need it, we can take from them. So sharing the resource for me is very important, and being prepared as much as possible with different aspects. It could be the staffing, it could be the resource, it could be the tool or the global stockpile. It's also very important, because unfortunately emergency will not stop. And from the experience, it's going bigger and bigger. And our capacity, if we don't really work on it more, it will not be enough to respond to all this big emergency. Thank you.
Ms. Marta, oh, please.
Okay, I want to conclude with going even a step ahead. So a little bit of, again, a provocation and with a concern. The step ahead is, as I said, to me, it's the must is to go unified, and I echo what it's just been said. We need to go unified in the request. We need to unify as much as possible resources, etc. So and I use this word unified because I think that this is how we have to go, and unified not only in the response but in the preparedness. But the provocation is, okay, now this kind of four are key, in fact, for that, because we need to discuss what are the lessons learned. We need to stay together. We need to understand that we cannot only centralize in one place, but that we need to be strategic. Otherwise, we will always be in the same situation. But we cannot only be prepared for what we know. I mean, the pandemic was unknown, and we were not prepared. Now we are all discussing about the pandemic. But let's, in this forum, also think of the unthinkable. Let's be prepared for the next one that we don't even think of, based on the experience of what happened with the pandemic and what happens with some of the other crises. Let's try and be proactive in thinking of what can happen. And this, again, cannot be done in isolation. It cannot be done only in our angle of perspective, but can only be done if we talk. And here is, going back to your previous question on Dubai, here's where Dubai has a role, because of all this presence here around. This is where we can think and discuss and think also by looking at the rest. So I I applaud of what you said, that you are now doing this partnership with Panama as a government, because again, I think that this is what we have to do. We need to be connected. We need to be connected since the beginning. The concern is on resources, and it's what Silva was saying, but is also a pray to government not to forget when there is a new crisis, and we are now in a big crisis, not to forget the other crises that are still going, and not to forget going to the theme of this meeting, the pandemic, because it's true. We said at the beginning, we were not prepared. It affected us. We had to adjust. Then we got vaccinated. We. Now the we is done, and we need to go there where the others are in need. And I do this, pray more for these guys than for me, because UNICEF and WHO are actually on the ground for that. We need not to distract resources. The resources for preparedness are important, and we need to call for resources together. And we need now, with the pandemic, the work is not done. There are many, we are all vaccinated, but many others are not. And I think that UNICEF needs this support by everybody.
Thank you. I think that was very well said. In closing remarks, the pandemic is not over. It continues to have a devastating toll. More than 6 million have lost their lives. So as we look forward to the future, we have to realize too that as hard as it is to believe, it could be worse. Viruses can be more deadly. They can be more contagious. And the virus will take every opportunity to exploit our divisions and spread further and faster. So when we look at what our experience has been from WHO, we've seen that the demand for COVID supplies has actually gone down, but yet at the same time, the demand for health emergency supplies has increased over 60%. So that tells us that there's a huge ongoing demand for health supplies globally, as we see health emergencies raging in Yemen and Afghanistan, Syria, Ethiopia, whether that's due to conflict or outbreaks of infectious disease. We need to be ready for those. We need to be able to be prepared for whatever comes next, the unknowns. But we also have a lot of work to do every day, day in and day out. I think I would end by saying that a threat to public health anywhere is a threat to public health everywhere. And we need to really invest in these partnerships, in the infrastructure and the communication and everything that goes along with being better prepared so that we can provide humanity with a better response. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Adam.
Thank you very much. Some of the takeaways, yes. I think there are 2 or 3 I thought maybe I can take as takeaways. The first one is the IHC model itself. I think, this crisis have shown that the IHC model, which was envisioned more than 2 decades ago, it's really very feasible, but also effective model. So what has been envisioned by the leadership of Dubai 2 decades ago, it's something really important, because we have seen the contribution IHC has made to the response to the current, to the pandemic. Of course, there have been a lot of support to other previous man-made or natural disasters, but this one have just shown this, and even colleagues here are talking about they need more space. So that's one of the just takeaways. The other one is, of course, of rethinking the emergency preparedness. So we have to rethink it. As I said, we have to go beyond the traditional model. We have to look at pandemic resilience, how we can, also ensure that we build into our preparedness for pandemic, as well as, of course, innovation to be used there. So that's the second one. But the last one is the climate change. So how can we see that also our, work when it comes to humanitarian logistics also does not contribute to climate change impact, or at least it also kind of take into consideration climate action. And so that's really important. So that's something we need to look into and see how we can address that. And also just to say, when you are talking now about having those regional hubs, or let's say global hubs, closer to the vulnerable countries and most prone countries, it shows that also it can reduce the carbon print. So instead of bringing supplies directly from China, let's say, or from far places, it's like 2 hours, 3 hours within the region. So that can reduce the footprint, the carbon footprint, and in that case, it reduces the climate or contribute to climate action and prevent any more destruction and protect the environment. So that's this element of the climate change that we see how we can also bring that to element to see how we can contribute to this important area. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Amin?
Okay. We are 192 societies around the world, our members. We have 450,000 staff all over, but we have 17 million volunteers, and they are in the field. So if I say two things that we need is working together and complement each other. Now, just sending the vaccine to one country is not enough. How you can guarantee, how you monitor that vaccine distributed equally and in the right and effectively to the people. This is where we complement your work. And I think if we sit together, trying to distribute the roles and see everybody, instead of duplicating, you send vaccine and we send vaccine, we find out where we can work together and utilize. This situation in Dubai, it's very unique to have whole humanitarian agency in one place. There's nothing like this in the Middle East. Did we make maximum use and benefit of that, situation? That's what I'm calling for. Let us really take it in a way that we work as a team. So each one presenting organization, but when it comes to action, each one is participating, taking a certain role, and the others complement what they do. So working together, complementing each other.
Thank you. So our time is over. I just want to say that knowledge transfer, I have learned from all of you that knowledge transfer, the building up of an ecosystem with the involvement of governments too, private sector, and obviously of organizations, and data is crucial, and the data bank project is absolutely something that all of you want to be involved. And this unity, working together with a unity in preparedness and resources. So this proactive thinking, with this proactive thinking, I leave you, and I thank all the panelists and all the listeners. It was really an amazing discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mila. Thank you, our panelists and guests. We'd like to introduce now a talk titled Addressing the Challenges in Importation to Customs Clearance Processes for Humanitarian Relief Aid. Virginie Ball, coordinator of Impact Working Group, will join us online.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you very well.
Okay, I do not have any button to switch on my camera. I'm not allowed to switch on, but it's fine like this. Will you change the slide for me?
We're getting there, Virginie. You'll be able to do that yourself in a minute.
Share screen. Okay, here we are. Is it okay?
Yes,
You cannot start your video because the hot has stopped it. It's fine. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much. So thank you very much for inviting me to this important meeting at IHC. I am Virginie Boll. I am the coordinator of Impact, and I am based in Geneva. Today, I'm going to talk about the challenges to import emergency relief items in times of crisis. And the first question we have is, why worry about importation and customs challenges in the aftermath of a disaster? When there is a request for international assistance or an acceptance of assistance, then we all think that it would be easy to cross the border, and it is not the case. And there are a lot of pressure at the customs entry point. There is a large influx of humanitarian aid, but also an increasing number and diversity of relief actors. And from the government side, there is also a lot of pressure. They have to protect their border from dangerous or illegal traffic, and at the same time, they have to make sure that the goods cross the border in a timely and efficient manner. And there are a lot of challenges that are reported by the different actors. We can hear from humanitarian actors that there are unnecessary delays, incomplete high costs, bureaucratic and administrative impediments, undefined priorities, limited clearing hours, and lack of information and communication from the government and from the customs administrations and cross-border agencies. And at the same time, customs administrations also complain that the documents are not in the right language, in a language they can understand, that the documents are missing or incomplete, that there are a lot of bilateral unsolicited donations, but there is also a lack of resources at entry points, and sometimes cargo without a designated consignee. So this is just a list of what we can hear over the last years about the challenges and the challenges faced by humanitarian actors and customs administrations. And then what needs to be done is the preparedness, because the lack of preparedness has a huge impact on all actors. First of all, of course, the affected people, they do not receive the aid on time. The humanitarian actors, they can see their containers stuck at the border, and they don't understand the procedures sometimes because they are not available, because sometimes they change overnight. So then there is also a huge impact on the humanitarian community when there is an emergency. There is also an impact on the government. They have to change the procedures very quickly to adapt to the situation and the exceptional situation that happens after a disaster. And they have no visibility of the incoming goods because they are not prepared to receive such goods. There is also an impact on donors because there is an efficient use of funds, and the goods do not reach the affected people, and there is an increased cost due to delays and storage fees. The impact on customs administration, what I have mentioned earlier, is also they receive incomplete declaration, they don't receive the documents they have to, they are understaffed at some point because their staff are at home or they may be injured, etc. And the private sector as well is affected by the lack of preparedness because then they cannot resume their normal operations through customs. So what can be done? We have created the Impact Working Group in 2017 in the auspices of the Humanitarian Networks and Partnerships Week. Impact stands for Importation and Customs Clearance Together. We need to strengthen the collaboration between all the actors to make sure that the goods are cleared quickly and the humanitarian community can do their job and implement their programs. This impact group is composed of 11 strategic partners, the World Customs Organization, IHC, UNCTAD, IFRC, Save the Children, OCHA, Help Logistics, the World Bank, ITU, the Global Logistics Cluster, and MSF Belgium. As you can see, there is a wide range of expertise in this group, and this is how and this is why we have created this work to develop a collective and coordinated approach and tools. What do we do? Our first objective is to contribute to the development of high-level policy recommendations. So we are working, for example, one key achievement that we have started 2 years ago is the submission of inputs to the revised Kyoto Convention. There is an annex specifically on relief items, and we have made some recommendations to adjust it to the new way of working. We have also developed a recommendation on cross-border facilitation measures for disaster relief. It covers the first 15 days of an emergency when there is a huge impact of the disaster, and how do you manage and how do you clear the goods when there is no electricity or internet? What should be done, and all the measures are explained in this recommendation. We have also contributed to the WCO guidelines on disaster management and supply chain continuity, and also to the IHC guidance on understanding and addressing bureaucratic and administrative impediments to humanitarian action. The second objective of our work is to increase awareness. So we do attend a lot of meetings of DGs of customs. We also attended the Health and Humanitarian Logistics Conference. We also talk to universities, and the International Network of Customs Universities invited us to make presentation of our work so that they can contribute and propose and offer PhDs and students to work with us. We have also created working groups that is composed of all the actors that are involved in the importation of goods in Americas and the Caribbean. We have also a group on the importation of medicines and medical equipment for East and Southern Africa, and soon for West and Central Africa. So we really try to build awareness among the humanitarian community, but also the governments. And through this event today, for example, this is also a way to present the work we are doing and how important it is to address the challenges to import and clear goods. The third objective is the technical and technological support, and OCHA and UNCTAD have developed a specific program into ASICUDA to speed up the clearance of emergency relief items. The objective 4 is to train people. We have realized over the years that there is a lack of understanding of the role of customs by humanitarian partners. So Impact has developed and launched an e-course for logisticians, for UN agencies, NGOs, private sector, etc., to understand what does it mean to clear goods, what are the international recommendations and conventions, but also the importance of quality of data, etc., etc. So there are 5 modules, and there is a great success for this training. It is available in English, and soon in French and Spanish, and it is available on the platform of the Logistic Cluster. And thank you to the Global Logistic Cluster for hosting the course. The objective 5 is to support disaster response efforts, and we immediately activate our network to make sure that the information on the processes that are implemented by the government are well known to humanitarian actors. So, for example, we distribute bulletins on customs, immigration, and quarantine procedures. We did it for Haiti, for example, in August 2021, Philippines in December, and also currently during the humanitarian crisis in Ukraine, we do compile information on the different measures that are implemented by EU, by the neighboring countries to Ukraine, and by Ukraine to facilitate the importation of goods and relief items. Last but not least, we also have country-specific activities, and in particular on preparedness. And this is what has been mentioned during the previous panel, that preparedness is the key element of the response. And if we don't do this preparedness, and if we don't talk to customs administration before any emergency, then it is very difficult then to explain to them what the humanitarian community needs and why they need to implement facilitation measures. So just a few examples. We have recently drafted standard operating procedures with Madagascar that was published just before the cyclone hit. So it was very well received by humanitarian actors and by the customs administration. We are also working with Nigeria, for example, and the Vice President of the Senate to look at how to modify and amend the current procedures to import goods. Guatemala, for example, on another continent, we are developing SOPs, and we are working as well on the whole response of Syria, and trying to look at how to facilitate and to assist humanitarian actors in the importation of goods. So this is quickly what we are doing. I have tried to stick to the time I've been granted. So thank you again for your attention. Thank you to IHC for giving us the opportunity to present the work of Impacts. You have my contact details on the screen. And thank you very much again. And over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a huge and valuable work you do to facilitate the moving of shipments and humanitarian aid, especially when it comes to logistics and customs procedures. Now, to pull ourselves out of the very technical details, I'd like to invite Mario Stefan for a very short talk on 848 photo gallery in the occasion of the International Women's Day to speak.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody, and good morning to all those of us who are following us online. We thought it was appropriate to illustrate and highlight our partnership with the Humanitarian City through an exhibition that you can see outside once you come out. So for the break of a lunchtime, you can have a look. This is an exhibition, a photo exhibition called 8 for the 8th. Which was our way of honoring women on International Women's Day. So that is an exhibition that we launched just on International Women's Day on the 8th, and that will finish tomorrow. And we thought that the space that we have here with the transit was an ideal place to illustrate it and highlight it, and allowed us to celebrate that day together with the Humanitarian City, and I want to say with the members who've been able to be private to it. The idea and the importance of that day for us, or let me put it this way rather, this day is an important day for us, International Women's Day, for Doctors Without Borders. It's the day that allows us to shed the light on all the challenges women have around the world in accessing healthcare, from simply accessing healthcare facilities or personnel or medical personnel to accessing quality healthcare. And the challenges, as we know, are many and very different. So every year we try to shed the light on some particular aspects of that sad situation in a way. And it's also the day that allows us to be a bit more bold, because we know a lot of the attention of the media and the many stakeholders around us is geared towards, what we have to say, or the spotlight or the platform that we are given. We decided this year to highlight staff, patients, so women that compose the MSF world, that are part of the MSF universe. And you will see in the 8 pictures that we've selected, you'll see pictures that we brought back from our projects all around the world. And just to highlight and show, you have a little legend, a little text that you can read very quickly when you look at the picture. That will give you a good idea of, or a good snapshot rather of what women can experience, whether they're on, one side of the consultation table or on the other side. So I invite you all during lunchtime or during the break to have a quick look. We were very happy to be able, again, as I was saying it, to expose it here because it also gives an angle to how we view partnerships. And at Doctors Without Borders, partnerships are viewed in a very simple way. It's just a matter of having values overlapping. Not much. The rest is all details and logistics. But we do believe that if we associate with a group, an entity, a body, a community, it's just because we're associating around the same values, the same principles, and the same ideas that we are trying to push. So my thanks to the Humanitarian City once more for yet another very efficient collaboration. Once more, I'll advertise it because it's gone tomorrow. Please have a look at the photos, and I'm available if any one of you has any comment or would like to chat more about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mario. I'd like to invite you for a short break, coffee and snacks, before we come back.
Stata solo un... Non credo, guarda, se vuoi lo sfilo. Ma non credo.
We are presenting today
Hey, good afternoon. Sound check, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Excellent.
Hi, Yunus. This is
Hi.
Jihad. How are you?
Yeah. I have the same problem as Virginie. I cannot turn on my camera. It's somewhat in your settings, I believe. I mean, I can also leave the camera switched off if you like. I mean, just in case you want to show the panelists. I think you have to change something.
We are checking 1 second.
Yes. Can you switch on the mic camera again?
Still doesn't say you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it. I'm not sure the others have the same problem, but that's what Virginie said before.
I have the same problem as well. This is Jonathan.
Yet what you can maybe try doing is that you click on on me, and then you can actually maybe turn the camera on yourself. Sometimes that works.
No option for us to switch on the camera here.
Okay.
We gave full access as a panelist.
Okay.
Make a host. Can you try rejoining again?
You mean log?
No, wait. Okay. Can you check now?
At least you can see myself. Can you see me as well?
Yes, we can see you. Perfect.
Cool. Can't see the room though. So your own camera is off. Now I see the mic. Cool.
Now you can okay, right?
Now I see the room, yes.
Yeah, now it's good.
ينسمع الصوت؟ Hello. Can we please proceed inside? لا لا أحس عيب أحس عيب.
Dedicated. You don't need to give it to anyone. That one will be
Just mine, and then I will just.
right now it is on.
Yeah.
Okay. Welcome back again. We will start our second roundtable for the day, titled The Effective Role of the IHC Academic Partners in Strengthening Emergency Preparedness and Response Practices. I'll invite Mila again to introduce her guests.
So, hi everybody, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished panelists. Hi to all of you. I welcome you all to our second roundtable. So, today's second roundtable will talk about the role of IHC's academic partners play with a focus on the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its 17 SDGs. IPCC's sixth assessment report, released on February 28, 2022, provides a detailed analysis of the intensifying impacts of climate change, already more widespread and severe than expected, and future risks that will escalate quickly with higher temperatures, causing irreversible impacts, particularly for resource-poor countries and marginalized communities. Inequality, conflict, and development challenges heighten vulnerability to climate risks. That's why urgent action is needed, and we will deep dive into what will be the contribution of academia to enhance emergency preparedness and help develop successful response practices in order to face future emergencies. In fact, COVID-19 is most likely not going to be the last pandemic humankind will have to deal with. So I will introduce you the panelists. We have Dr. Emmanuel Munasa, President of the Academy of International Business, Middle East, North Africa chapter, Associate Professor, Health Administration and Policy, Mohammed bin Rashid School of Government. Please. And then Dr. Ioannis Manikas, Associate Professor, Faculty of Business, University of Wollongong in Dubai. Please. And Professor Jonathan Fisher, Head of Department, Professor of Global Security, University of Birmingham. He's remotely connected. And Mr. Jonas Stampf, Head of Global Programs, Center for Humanitarian Logistics and Regional Development, that is remotely connected with us. So many academic institutions give a special attention to the humanitarian work here in the UAE and at an international level too. Specifically, 5 years ago, IHC's first engagement was by hosting the Master of Advanced Studies in Humanitarian Operations and Supply Chain Management. It's the MASHM program with the University of Lugano. And after that, the engagement continued with other important partners. So let's start by asking the first question that is related to the interest. The interest expressed by each one of you from your own perspective. Can you tell us more about why the humanitarian sector is of interest for your institutions and programs? I will start with Mr. Munasa. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Your Excellencies, CEOs, colleagues, and our online visitors as well. You know, as the School of Government, the Mohammed bin Rashid School of Government, we are committed to providing and producing knowledge and empowering government leaders, policymakers, academics, as well as researchers. Particularly at the School of Government, we have a Master's of Public Policy with a specialism of social policy and global governance, where the students learn much more about how to respond and better manage those affected communities and individuals, where, you know, certain aspects when it comes to humanity, and we know IHC's slogan is one humanity, you know, impartiality, how to be neutral, as well as how to be independent. Hence, the Mohammed bin Rashid profound interest in the response to humanitarian aid and so forth.
I will give the floor to Ioannis Manikas.
Yes, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation. I would like to thank the International Humanitarian City for this invitation and this collaboration that we can see that it start being growing. We can say that the Faculty of Business in University of Wollongong in Dubai has interest in the humanitarian city activities in mainly two levels. One is the strong background that we have as a faculty in supply chain management and logistics, which is I must say the core of humanitarian activities, humanitarian expeditions. So this is the first level. So we believe that it's quite a challenging and very interesting area of research for supply chain and logistics. The second level is the research project that we are currently conducting. We have been recently awarded by the Ministry of Education of the United Arab Emirates with a research grant. And this research grant is about food security. So we have managed to recruit a very strong team of postdoctorate and PhD researchers that with a focus on supply chain management and logistics. And we are currently working on this aspect, which relates, highly relates to humanitarian activities again. So food security and addressing food insecurity situations around the world is one of the main roles of humanitarian family. Therefore, we believe that we can offer and also we can gain from this relation.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I would leave the floor to Professor Jonathan Fisher, please.
Thanks, Mila. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Great. Okay. Well, yeah, thank you very much indeed for the invitation to join you today, which is greatly appreciated. I'm sorry that I can't be there in person, but yeah, I'm very glad to be able to join online. And it's a little bit early here in the UK, which is why I'm sitting in my kitchen. So apologies for the slightly unusual background. So the University of Birmingham and the department that I chair, which is the International Development Department, we're a world-leading centre of research on global development, and we've been working and teaching in that space for many decades. Well, I mean, I haven't personally for many decades, but some of my colleagues have, and certainly we have in the department. And one of the things that really drives us is not just producing research and teaching for its own intrinsic value, but in order to effect real change in the world. And in other words, we're really deeply committed to policy and practice focused work. And many of us have got direct experience working in or with NGOs and international organizations, as well as with advising or being seconded in some cases to ministries and agencies like the UK Foreign Office or Oxfam or the United Nations. So we're always extremely keen to partner with organizations which are making a real difference in the world of global development, and particularly as with organizations like IHC, where there's a genuine interest in and kind of understanding of the value of academic and practitioner collaboration. But in addition to that, the University of Birmingham also has a campus in Dubai. I had a chance to visit that earlier this year. We've got a new campus which is either just opened or about to open. So we've got a permanent presence in Dubai, and that creates opportunities not just for research, collaboration and networking, but also collaboration around teaching and raising awareness of the work that IHC and its members do via our students and through education. We have quite a few mobility elements to our undergraduate and postgraduate programs. So I think there's quite a lot of potential to integrate our presence in Dubai and the potential partnership with IHC into that. So, you know, giving students a sense of the kind of work that goes on in the humanitarian sector and getting them to think about how to affect real change in the real world. Because a lot of the work that we do, a lot of the teaching that we do in Birmingham is practice oriented, or at least it's focused on thinking about how particular theories and approaches translate to change in the real world in terms of policies or programs, projects and interventions. We, as in my department, don't currently teach via our Dubai campus. We don't have any development programs there right now, but it is something that I'm interested in. So obviously interested in getting IHC's feedback on that in due course as well, about the interest in programs around these kind of areas. So yeah, thank you very much for inviting me to join today.
Okay, thank you. And now, Mr. Jonas Stumpf, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mila. Allow me to first of all thank Giuseppe and the whole IHC team for organizing this, inviting prior to COVID, I've been a regular visitor of the IHC facilities and always very much felt warmly welcomed, enjoyed all the discussions we had there. So while I can only attend this one remotely, I hope we'll have the chance to meet face to face very, very soon. Mila, would it be okay if I share 2 slides as part of my intro? I will try. Can you see my slides? Do you see my slides?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
start seeing.
Yeah. Okay. So just 2 slides. Just 2 slides. I'm representing today the newly established joint venture for logistics and logistics university based. I have that echo. Sorry, do you have that echo?
We're not hearing you anymore. Sorry.
Do you have that echo?
Sorry, we can't hear you properly. Mr. Stam?
Yes, I have that echo. Yes, I have that echo.
Now I think we can hear you.
You can hear me all right now? You can hear me right now?
Yeah, absolutely, yes.
Okay, there's still an echo on my side, but as soon as okay, I go ahead then. So the court center situated in the top city in Germany, and the center we aim to bring together the best of 2 worlds, top class immigration, education, humanitarian, training and consulting. The center is backed up by extensive consulting and the help centers in different Let me. I stopped sharing my screen. Let me hear me better now.
Sorry, Mr. Stamp, we have a technical issue, but we are solving it. I think we should mute. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Please go on. We had a little bit.
Okay. Can you hear me okay now? Yeah. Okay. So I go back to my share screen. So the important thing to mention about this court center is that it's exactly bringing together the Green Logistics University on the one hand side and Help Logistics, which has 4 regional offices across the world. And this is offering very unique services to our humanitarian partners around the world. So coming to the motivation of our work that you asked about before, I would like to get back to this ever-growing gap or this record high in unmet humanitarian needs that we experience year by year. For 2020 and 2021, the OCHA financial tracking system reported these record high of funding gaps, 50% actually, of around $19 billion every year. So we ran a number of studies on 19 humanitarian operations carried out by 5 organizations in 12 countries between 2005 and 2018. And we found that 74% of the total expenses can be found in the supply chain indeed. In another study, we analyzed the return on investments made to strengthen the humanitarian supply chain. Here we found that tremendous cost and time savings are possible if investments are made early enough before the disaster strikes, and if they are made in a smart and comprehensive way with a good understanding on the behavior of supply chain systems. So more concretely speaking, we found that every dollar invested in the supply chain can save $7 and more in the response phase. And maybe even more importantly, the response time can be cut by more than half. So subsequently, enhancing operational excellence to provide more and faster, better assistance with the resources and capacities available is one of the main drivers of our work and the first trigger to reduce the amount of unmet needs. However, providing more and more humanitarian assistance year by year, even if it's delivered more effectively and efficiently, will most probably not be the final answer and not be enough to break the vicious cycle of disasters many vulnerable countries are caught in. That's why we are increasingly looking into solutions that make supply chains more sustainable from an environmental, social, economic perspective to make populations more resilient for future disasters. So ultimately, we find ourselves very often at that intersection of humanitarian development work to save and improve lives in the short and in the long run, and ultimately closing that gap that we are facing at the moment. And this is the summary of our motivation of our work and a summary of what we're doing. Thank you. Motivation of our work and a summary of what we're doing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And the second round of questions investigates the nature of the future cooperation that each of you, respective of your respective academic institutions, will have with the International Humanitarian City in the light of the SDGs in order to increase emergency preparedness and establish best practices. Let us know about your vision partnering with IHC and how this step will facilitate your partnership objectives. How do you plan to practically build up the collaboration with IHC? How do you move from the commitment level, namely an agreement signed, to action? What would be the next steps? And what do you expect from the International Humanitarian City? Please, Dr. Munazza. The Memorandum of Understanding that Mohammed bin Rashid School of Government signed with the International Humanitarian City sets out a roadmap to collaborate on 2 projects: the Humanitarian Logistics Data Bank that we have learned is going to be crucial for the future responses, and the Center of Excellence. Not only will the MBRSG contribute to health-related research, best dissemination, policy design in the area of operations and logistics, but also to building humanitarian capacities through learning and development activities. How can all these initiatives help humanitarian logistics increase preparedness and effectiveness as the world is facing more and more emergencies caused by climate change and possible new health-related problems and new armed conflicts, as we have seen in Ukraine recently?
Thank you, Melly, for these questions. Just as a disclaimer for everyone, we've heard the first panel speak about their experiences when it comes to that overview in the last 2 years and their challenges and so forth. And one of the common factors was whether or not we were prepared enough. Now, as a School of Government, we, as mentioned earlier, we are committed to developing and empowering government leaders, civil servants, the private sector, the public, everyone across the board. Now, these initiatives as a whole, we would help contribute to making those persons much more prepared in times of crisis and so forth. Now, building this humanitarian capacities through learning and developing activities are very much critical and paramount when it comes to having those humanitarian staff, the teams on the ground, volunteers, as well as those individuals in your communities and those affected communities and so forth. Now, this is not something new where we see the role of the academic institutions coming together to work with health organizations, as well as humanitarian organizations and so forth. This dates back to the 1980s. However, we are building on those experiences moving forward. Now, the approach the School of Government sees in working with this Memorandum of Understanding, yes, we have those researchers you have mentioned, but 2 particular projects, the Logistics Bank, as well as the Center for Excellence. We as a School of Government, we see this as 3 fundamental areas where we look at it more as derivatives or some sort of positive outcomes or impacts, as we would like to call it. One of it is looking at the assessment, looking at assessment when it comes to building that capacity so that we could make sound decisions using the data, using the evidence that's in front of us so that we could make better decisions moving forward. Now, just a few examples in terms of how perhaps we can do this. Having this data can help us really respond effectively to those affected communities, as well as the humanitarian staff that are involved and working as well, so that we can make those appropriate and pertinent decisions in combating those calamities that we face. Additionally, this would help us to be on time. So when COVID started, the School of Government embarked on a project where we looked at the timeliness of policy interventions. This was done in coordination with many universities across the world as well. Now, timeliness to accessing this information and those policies and execution of those policies is very important. So, and as a result of having this timeliness when it comes to those humanitarian interventions, this in itself can help us to be much more prepared, minimize the risks and those harmful consequences as a whole. The second fundamental aspect that we see that can come from this project is policy formulation. Now, this, as we would know, entails working with stakeholders across the board. So not only your public sector, your private sector, but your academic community, the affected communities, the citizens, everyone across the board. So this would help us to use scientific information in forming those policies, specifically for humanitarian aid and responses. Now, in the same respect, when we talk about formulating those policies, it will also help to make systems clearer, to make those procedures much clearer, where we will have feedback systems where staff can give their feedback about what went well, what didn't go well, even the affected communities and individuals, as well as making sure that these individuals they also have access to information so that they can know their rights as affected individuals as well. And as a whole, we can see in the policy formulation fundamental element, once this is done appropriately and the trainings has been done accordingly, this can help contribute to a better coordinated effort and so forth. And our third fundamental derivative that we see that can have a real impact as well is making sure we provide that assurance. And when we say we, the whole humanitarian community together with your academic partners, where yes, the process of developing those policies are backed up by the appropriate systems and so forth, but also having that support from on all levels. And this support can really positively impact and enhance the organizations to grow from those experiences, those learnings, and in moving forward. And earlier we saw the mission of IHC is to have sustainable humanitarian responses. So to put it simple, it's really for us to have this well-coordinated, well-managed systems in place within the assurance framework, where communities themselves, these affected communities and individuals, together with the staff on the ground working, can really be much better prepared in order to face those calamities that we are currently going. And by and large, it would not stop, so we always have to be prepared in this respect. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Manikas, the University of Wollongong in Dubai and the International Humanitarian City have signed an MOU to collaborate on research projects in the areas of humanitarian responses to pandemics. The University of Wollongong in Dubai has also announced an IHC scholarships in the Master of International Relations. And how can these initiatives foster the international humanitarian cities international cooperation in the light of what experts see as the new global challenges emerging from the growing interconnectedness between climate change and future pandemics? And how can the University of Wollongong in Dubai help to reinforce emergency readiness?
Thank you for this question. Since the first initiative that was taken, the first collaboration between IHC and the university focuses on the development of this master degree that is being run by the Faculty of Humanities. So what I can say is that we are increasing the portfolio of our collaboration. So the Master of Humanities that has been established aims at training and developing the future experts and leaders for humanitarian organizations. On the other hand, what the added value that we offer as a Faculty of Business is that we are co-creating research initiatives at this point with IHC in the fields of supply chain management and logistics. We are focusing on the element of food security, food vulnerability, and resilience of food systems locally and globally in the context of the project that we are currently conducting. What we can see is through this applied research that is being developed, bidirectional collaboration of mutual benefit in the sense of IHC being the provider of data and practical field experience that can be very, very useful for our project. And from our side, to develop the necessary tools such as early warning systems and integrated early warning systems, which is a point that I would like to talk about later. And scenarios for future situations, future scenarios, and foresight activities in order to be more preventive, better react, and as my colleague said, address more efficiently the needs in the future.
Thank you so much. And I give the floor now to Professor Jonathan Fisher. From your point of view, how an academic institution such as the University of Birmingham can actively contribute not only in raising awareness on humanitarian issues in general and in health-related problems, but also in the context of the SDGs. And as the newly released IPCC's report shows, climate change endangers the well-being of people and the planet, and some impacts of climate change are already too severe to adapt to. So the floor is yours.
Thanks. So I mean, I think as has been said already several times today, because of the pandemic, we know a lot more about about humanitarian issues and how they interconnect with lots of other global challenges, in the health sector and climate change, and the general consequences of inaction, I think, as well, than we did only a couple of years ago. And obviously, raising awareness of those things is clearly a very important thing to do. And most academics in our field, work very hard to translate and promote the findings of their research on these sorts of things to policymakers and I think the public more generally as well, through different kinds of outreach, whether that's working through networks of practitioners and collaborators, through radio and television spots. I've done a few of those myself over the last few years, to varying degrees of success and embarrassment, blogs, newspaper editorials, that sort of thing. And I think having the credibility that comes from being a recognized researcher and someone that has actually undertaken rigorous research into an issue can really help to enhance the power and the credibility of that particular message being put forward. But I think one of the cautions around this as well is that you may have noticed that the world is now full of experts with a great deal of knowledge about things. I mean, I'm quite struck by how many of the people that I follow on Twitter, for example, have become experts on Ukraine and nuclear standoffs in the last couple of weeks. And a couple of weeks before that, they were experts on COVID and the pandemic and all that sort of thing. Maybe that's a bit of a cynical thing to say, but I mean, I think that the point is that often the challenge we have today is not so much that there's a lack of information about things, but it's difficult to be able to work out which information is more or less important, what you should be listening to, what you should be taking to heart. I mean, we have a research center in my department called the Governance and Social Development Resource Center, or the GSDRC, and one of the main things that they do is actually try and synthesize all of the work that's being put together on different things, whether it's supply chains or climate change mitigation programs, and to try and summarize what are the key learning points from this to take away, so that policymakers and researchers can actually try and identify what are the key messages around this particular area. And of course, there are, lots of major INGOs and international organizations, as well as, just local national civil society groups, advocacy groups, and obviously IHC as well. They're already doing a great job of awareness raising in many respects as well. So I think I'd probably say a couple of things then to develop that a bit more in terms of the role of universities and academic institutions, above and beyond that synthesis and awareness raising. And I think that really concerns the degree to which academic institutions should be doing more to make demands around accountability of states in some of these areas as well. We're seeing some of the consequences of systemic underfunding of both, the health sector, including in relation to the pandemic, as has been discussed already, but also climate responses worldwide and the way in which this is impacting in particular on low and middle income countries, conflict-affected states, and is really exacerbating many humanitarian crisis contexts. And importantly, this is a global issue. So taking the UK, my country, so according to the BBC from a couple of days ago, the UK is currently 72% fully vaccinated against COVID. We were one of the countries, at least at the beginning of the vaccination rollout, which was very successful in vaccinating large numbers of people. Whereas if you look at the number one recipient of UK aid, which is Pakistan, they're 45% fully vaccinated right now. Number two is Ethiopia. They're only 17% fully vaccinated. Afghanistan, which is our third largest aid recipient, is only 11% fully vaccinated. And clearly that's a global challenge. It's not just a challenge for those countries. But within that context, Britain, as many of you will know, reduced our aid budget from 0.7% of GNI to 0.5% last year. And that's meant to be something which is going to take place for at least another couple of years, which is a cut of between 4 or 5 billion UK pounds. And importantly, that has already had quite a significant impact. And there's been academic research that's been undertaken into this on the direct impact these sorts of cuts have had on exacerbating situations of humanitarian emergency. So there was an IRC report, for example, on the direct impact of those UK cuts on programs in Syria, but also on the Rohingya crisis in Bangladesh and various other states as well. Another example of that would be that at COP26 last year, the UK was one of 39 states and signatories to basically sign a pledge that no more development finance would be provided for fossil fuels of any kind. And yet the UK simultaneously continues to use fossil fuel subsidies domestically, including extending a coal mine in Wales at the end of last year. So I think one of the things that universities can and should be doing, that do in many respects, but can and should be doing much more, is to try and translate our global experience, networks, and the evidence that we're putting together around these issues into calls for states to maintain and increase investments made in health and climate emergency preparedness, and to think about not only what they're doing externally to sort of support these issues, but also what they're doing internally as well, and how national policies and approaches interact and interconnect with what they're doing in terms of foreign policy and global relationships. And I think with regards to the SDGs that you mentioned, I think there's a lot of room for the academy to help us better understand just how far the global pandemic has set us back on some of our targets to conduct and continue to conduct research on where targets have fallen behind and what donors and agencies and other actors can do to catch up in some of those areas as well. I think that's a really important role that the academic world has to play in tandem with practice and policy partners.
And now, Mr. Stumpf, Help Logistics, that is part of the Center for Humanitarian Logistics and Regional Development, together with CUNY Logistics University, works with International Humanitarian City in the Center of Excellence. Help Logistics and CORD have more of an academic role into the Center of Excellence, supporting the IHC in several projects. How this collaboration can put Help Logistics and CORD's know-how into practice and help cope with future humanitarian crises and challenges that call for enhancing emergency response?
Yes, thanks. So I think you mentioned in your introduction the mushroom course that was provided 5 years ago, and from the beginning, IHC was always looking for this partnership with different universities, and I think help came actually in through this stream indeed, as you mentioned. So in 2019, we have delivered the first executive seminar, supply chain management and humanitarian context at the IHC facilities. For a number of senior managers from various humanitarian actors, but also commercial actors as well as government partners as well. And then in 2020, due to the COVID restrictions, we had to move to digital online learning. But nevertheless, that didn't hold us back. So we were able to deliver quite an extensive course, again, together with and through the IHC on medical logistics in pandemics. And I think these both examples show very nicely how the IHC provided an excellent platform to reach a large number of humanitarian actors and to share with them the critical knowledge in support of their life-saving work. So that is one perspective on how Help Logistics and Court had a very good experience in working with IHC, and we very much plan to obviously do more of that in the future on the education side. Then to mention maybe that over the past years, since the global demand for medical and health commodities caused by conflict, natural disasters, and outbreak of infectious diseases has been rising, and we have heard that several times today already, I think. So in 2021, Health Logistics donated funds and resources to develop the business case for Center of Excellence for Health Logistics based in Dubai. And this Center of Excellence for Health Logistics is supposed to be a global hub for knowledge exchange, capacity development, and technical assistance to support the countries to achieve improved health conditions for vulnerable populations. So it's again in line with what I mentioned before, the several trainings and education activities that we have run together, and probably this center would actually bring it to the next level. And then in regards to outreach, not so much related directly to trainings, but more outreach, pretty much the similar as the event is actually today. So HELP and IHC are working together to leverage the Dubai International Humanitarian Aid and Development Conference, the DIAD, as well as the Dubai Expo Network. So I was said that actually just by next Monday at the Expo Mobility Wing, HELP and IHC are conducting a panel together titled Shaping Health Supply Chains in the Post-Pandemic Future, with again representatives from different actors, different sectors, sorry. And this is I think shows the many activities we are going together, and we are actually complementing each other, and look very much forward to doing that even more in the future. Thanks.
Thank you. So I think that now we can go with the closing remarks. What appeared clear to me is that data are crucial, and their analysis and the way, I mean, we read data, we process and we analyze them, and then we use it is absolutely crucial. Also in enhance the response. And we have seen how food security is important, how supply chain effectiveness is important, and how important is also the training for the future humanitarian workers. And sustainability. The way we deliver humanitarian aid should be also sustainable. So, and also the formulation, the policy formulation and development, that is something also very important in Merge. So just closing remarks, very short because the time is really over, and we have to close.
Well, thank you. Well, we've heard earlier with our first rounds of panel and now the second round. One thing to reiterate is intersectional collaboration. You know, I've been practicing this all the day. Intersectional collaboration can be strengthened and the knowledge disseminated through global crisis when academic institutions and humanitarian organizations work together. We've seen that previous disasters have shown that these innovative alliances lead to much more effective and more sustainable humanitarian responses. So therefore, you know, we know the scientific knowledge comes from, and your teachings comes from the academic institutions, while on the humanitarian side, providing the infrastructure, the coordinated efforts and so forth. You know, it's critical to work together and have this collaborations keep happening so that having this interdisciplinary approach can really make that big difference. So we need to continue in this so that we can respond quickly, timely, and lower the risks that are involved in the future overall. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, Dr. Manikas.
Thank you very much. I would refer first of all to the comment, the last comment that you made about sustainability, which is quite interesting because recently, and taking from Jonathan's comment about JRC's recent work, climate change and the relation between climate change and food security has been very high on the agenda nowadays, meaning that we cannot be only self-sufficient or we cannot put in place the mechanisms that will achieve food resilience. But we also need to look at what will be the impact of that kind of actions into the environment. Also, climate change is a very important driver that affects food security. So just as a closing remark, I would say that COVID-19 changed the landscape in food security and sustainability-related research. We have seen that many early warning systems didn't work so well. There is a lot of parallel pathways between research groups and disciplines that don't join each other anywhere, meaning that there is a multi-fragmentation of the research that is being produced. So again, JRC's and European Commission's reports say that we need to break these scientific silos, start collaborating with each other, developing multidisciplinary initiatives, especially for food security and, of course, humanitarian supply chain, humanitarian logistics. This is very important to say that two main things that I would like to keep from that is the science for policy and the science to policy. You can replace policy with decision making. So policy makers have the same needs as the humanitarian organizations. So we need to develop science, co-create science for in order to address the needs of the policymakers and the decision makers. And also we need to achieve this seamless transmission of information from science to policy, filter the information and present the information to the decision makers and to the policymakers in a way that will be actually helpful to them.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I will now leave the floor to Professor Fischer, please.
Thanks very much. And yeah, thanks again for inviting me to join. Sorry, I couldn't be there in person. I'm quite envious of you all being there in person, having a chance to talk about this stuff. I'm going to just briefly pick up, I think, a little bit on some of the comments that were just made, actually, and echo them. Because I think that it's very clear from this discussion that there is a great deal to be gained in terms of mutual benefits from collaboration between the academy and the world of policy and practice, because we share the same goals and aspirations, and we care about the same things. But I think sometimes, certainly in my experience in the UK academia, academics don't always reflect critically on what exactly they can add in terms of value to that relationship. From my own experience, I was based in the UK Foreign Office as a research fellow for a while, and you would sometimes have academics come and say, look, I've written a paper on this, you should give it to the minister because it's really important for them to listen to this. But actually the format in which it was put together, the issues it was speaking to weren't really speaking to areas of priority and things which were going on in the policy world there. So I think there's a lot that the academic world has to learn sometimes about how to add value to the humanitarian enterprise. And the way to do that is just by collaborating and being involved in things from the get-go and understanding one another clearly, rather than assuming that the work we've produced will automatically be palatable and actionable in that particular form. So yeah, I just think that continued close collaboration is of benefit to both sides of the equation. And yeah, thanks again for inviting me.
Thank you. And Mr. Stump, your final remarks.
Thank you. So just maybe to follow up on what Jonathan just said, that fully agree that the academics and need to look for ways how to share the immense knowledge that they're building up with the practitioner side. But since like court itself is very much actually situated at that intersection of both the practitioner and the academics, I must also say that there's a call needed for practitioners to also voice out better what they need. So I think that's also key, that there is this dialogue happening in both ways, because we hear a lot the practitioners complaining, yes, what research is producing is not of help for us at all. And we said, yeah, I mean, fair enough. But then you have to actually inform them, tell them better what you like. And just one example is this Journal for Humanitarian Logistics and Supply Chain Management. That actually is a journal that is intended to bring together on both sides, the academics and the practitioners. And the Kühne Foundation just sponsored that journal over the coming years, so it's actually can be accessed freely by everyone. And it has actually that section on that's coming more from the academic side, but there's also a section where practitioners are invited to contribute as well. And that's more or less my maybe final remark, that this dialogue is needed and that there's efforts required from both ends. Thank you.
So our discussion is over. I would say that, knowledge sharing is something very important, and it emerged clearly from all your interventions, and also these needs of an ecosystem that has to put together research, science, academic world, but also government, policymakers, and private sector. So I would say that this is going to be crucial, and obviously with an eye to sustainability. So thank you to all of you, to all the panelists and all the listeners. Thanks.
Thank you, Mila. Thank you to all the panelists. I wish you can stay for some time because we will be voting for the Best MGM Award in 5 minutes. Next, we're going to present shortlisted applications that we have for the MGM Award. Let me first give you a brief on the award. We thought at IHC to have projects, so last year projects 2021, from all members who are interested to participate in this award, to basically celebrate their achievements and recognize them. Now we've received around 12 to 13 applications. It was so difficult to choose between, the best projects, but we had certain criteria. We have an evaluation committee at IHC who shortlisted some of the projects, and we leave the 50% of the voting for or online joiners. Before we vote anything, we would like to share with you short videos on shortlisted projects that are going to come up one by one. We have 3 categories: best innovation projects in the humanitarian sector. We have SDG-driven projects, and we have also best awareness campaign done from their offices in the UAE. So if the team in the back can show us the videos.
We are presenting today an energy transition tool component for humanitarian settings, solar air conditioning and sizing tool, courtesy of one of MSF's innovation units, namely our Stockholm Innovation Unit, to whom we owe this whole project. The solar air conditioning project has demonstrated how impactful innovations are within our reach if we set out to think differently. By testing existing solar air conditions in humanitarian context, we proved that they can be used not only to reduce carbon emissions drastically, but also to reduce cost and increase our autonomy. In addition, we've explored how to fit such solution in a wider system by integrating it to existing organizational structures, as well as develop the pedagogic and user-friendly solar AC sizing tool in order to increase its uptake. The need for temperature control, meaning air conditioners within humanitarian settings, but also in general, increases exponentially today. This contributes to high costs and higher carbon emissions, and we are often dependent on diesel generators to power those air conditioners at project level. We often need to control temperatures, the most when it is hot and when the sun is shining. So what if we could use solar power to run those air conditioners, which can contribute to significantly reduce our carbon emissions and support activities that will require temperature control during daytime, whether our offices, our consultation rooms, our stores, our pharmacies, etc. A suitable identified way forward was to create hybrid solutions where solar air conditioners could run directly on solar panels or with diesel generators, depending on the situation. This means that we can cut emission from diesel generators when there is enough sun to power the solar AC, while we can assure that there is capacity to run the ACs at all time, even if there is no sun. Although still dependent on diesel generators, this solution has significantly reduced carbon emission and provides a simple way to introduce solar panels for concrete usage areas with high carbon reduction potential and without major investments. MSF patients and staff were our initial and primary beneficiaries of that project, but in a wider perspective, we realized that this could be beneficial for the wider humanitarian sector and beyond. Implementation. With the successful pilot we ran in Haiti, the solar AC units are now available within our internal MSF catalog and can be ordered by any of our projects. An estimation that around 150 units have been installed or are in the pipeline since the initial pilot results in 2018-2019 is a significant indicator of the success of our internal project. We know that the solar AC works and that it has reached its initial objective with a certain level of uptake and implementation. But to further scale it up and increase adoption, we've developed the solar AC sizing tool. The purpose of this tool is to provide a more user-friendly and intuitive way for staff at project level to assess the suitability of solar ACs for their specific needs, to provide a good return on investment, expected carbon emission reduction, and without significant cost, and definitely compared to traditional air conditioners. Working with more sustainable energy solutions at project level, we do understand that there are no easy quick fixes. Energy transition is a transformational endeavor that will take time.
It all started when the talented Emirati designer Leila Al Yusuf had a bold idea. She wanted to make a difference in the world using her time, talent, and funds. And so Design, Dine, Make a Difference was born out of a synergy between the architecture and design community and Surge. It's a one-of-a-kind fundraising initiative that uniquely engages donors by using what they value the most while making a global difference. The target demographic is a sophisticated group of UAE professionals that includes interior designers, architects, manufacturers, contractors, and suppliers. We discovered that this industry valued creativity, sustainability, recognition, healthy competition, and making a difference. To fulfill these needs, we created a one-of-a-kind design experience with a competitive twist. 11 top design houses came together to create a sustainable piece of furniture based on the annual theme. In 2021, the theme was Gaia, the essence of Mother Nature. The designers were challenged to create pieces that embody Gaia while ensuring the pieces were sustainable. After a 9-month process, the creations were unveiled at a gala dinner where guests could purchase the creations to contribute to Surge's work. A panel of industry experts also deliberated on the winners, awarding teams with accolades such as overall winner, most sustainable, most innovative, people's choice, and more. The campaign was launched on UN World Water Day on March 22nd, and it came to full life at the gala dinner on December 8th. The event was attended by over 450 guests who were excited to see the much anticipated stunning Gaia-themed creations that were on full display. In this 9-month campaign, Surge used social media, newsletters, press, influencers, and other platforms to build momentum and create excitement. Almost 200,000 dirhams were raised at the gala dinner via ticket sales, donations, and purchases of the creations. The 450 guests in attendance were deeply engaged and inspired. Through the funds raised, Surge can impact at least 4,000 beneficiaries. In 2022 and beyond, we plan to scale this campaign, and the local architecture and design community have already committed to partnering with Surge. We're committed to providing communities in need with life's most basic need: access to safe water for generations to come.
حط رشة بسيطة من الملح. افتحوا الابلكيشن، حتنقروا أو تضغطوا على الصفحة الخاصة بدبي القابضة.
Hi,
My name is Moiz Shohdi. I'm the founder and president of the Food Banking Regional Network. The Food Banking Regional Network is the umbrella of 43 food banks so far that we founded in the Middle East, Africa, and South Asia. It's a unique model of food banking. We were blessed and happy to be chosen by Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum Global Initiative to be their arms in distributing the 100 million meals campaign. Funding was more, so we succeeded in distributing more than 122 million meals. Now let me give you some numbers and figures that we successfully achieved. Distribution was in 14 countries. During the distribution, we were able to link and help achieve 6 to 7 sustainable development goals. We designed and developed a new, unique control and audit system. Our volunteers successfully interviewed between 15 to 20% of the beneficiaries to make sure of our impact. We meant to empower NGOs to be our arms on ground. So NGOs involved were 2,754 NGOs empowered to serve better. Number of volunteers, our arms in the 14 countries, were more than 3,500 volunteers. Different genders, different backgrounds, different education, work experience, and location. And successfully, they did a great job. We meant not only to deal with hypermarkets and big suppliers, but these were 70. We meant to deal also with small suppliers and farmers, and these were more than 100. Regarding empowerment, successfully we empowered more than 780 beneficiaries of both genders to make them self-sustained and able to live. I want to thank Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum Global Initiative for their trust, and I hope we'll continue cooperation to help more needy all over the world. Thank you.
Aster Volunteers has been started as a program to touch the lives of people. But we thought that we have to take it forward, and it shouldn't be restricted to people inside the organization, and it has to be spread outside.
Aster Volunteers Mobile Medical Services is one of the key projects of Aster DM Foundation International that takes healthcare to the doorsteps of the people who have less access to quality care. It started 10 years back with one unit in Dubai and somewhat same time one in North India too. Currently, we have 22 operational units and the vision is to have 50 units by 2025. Over the last 10 years, around 690,000 people have been benefited with free healthcare services worth around $20 million in various geographies in India, Middle East, Philippines, and Africa. During the COVID era 2021, about 160,000 people got free healthcare worth $4.8 million. We forecast $15 million worth annual healthcare delivery through this project by 2025, thus reinforcing our commitment to UN SDG 3, good health and well-being to all. Our healthcare supports to the community is not limited to the mobile medical services alone. We have been extending free or highly subsidized surgical and other treatment supports worth millions of US dollars annually for the last many years to the underprivileged through Aster Volunteers Treatment Aid Program.
of Health, represented by the Directorate General of Health Services of Muscat Governorate, and in cooperation with ASTA Rafa Hospital, the Directorate General of Medical Services at the Diwan Royal Court, Oman Automobile Association, and the Directorate General of Scouts and Guides launched the drive-through vaccination services for the target groups who are due for the second dose, as well as the employees of the state administrative apparatus at Oman Automobile Association.
Our sincere gratitude to all our strategic partners who have collaborated in this project and make it successful and sustainable.
Let us all try together through the platform of Aster Volunteers to help people.
We're so proud of the projects we've seen. It's been a very challenging process to shortlist the projects we've received. However, it's now your turn. Those who are joining us on Zoom can vote for the best projects they've seen today. So there will be a voting link that will be shared online. Take a minute to vote for your favorite project. We will see here the winning project after everybody votes. Can someone let us know when the voting is done? Okay. How many minutes left? 3 minutes? If anyone wants to vote here, they can use this Zoom room meeting ID. In 1 minute, we will stop voting.
Master volunteer.
Can we view the results? Done? These are the final results? Okay. Congratulations to the winner. But first of all, let me clarify one point. MSF is the winning in the innovation category because it's the only shortlisted project. So MSF So for the best awareness campaign in the UAE wins WFP. No representation from World Food Program? Marta. for the best SDG-driven project. Can somebody put the vote again? Food banking.
Usually we have an award which is not absolutely under vote, but is in the discretionality of the CEO. Can I get the photo here on the screen? I believe that I passed the photo this morning. Did you pass the photo that I received from Dr. Abdul Salam? Okay, yesterday in the ad, it happened that Marta Laurienzo, and in her capacity as UNHRD Network Coordinator, signed the number 100 as a technical agreement. Means that UNHRD Network today has 100 members, 100 partners, which is really an amazing platform, is an amazing achievement when we talk about partnership. We spent a week talking about the SDG 17. This is where, let's say, we identified our roots together with Marta. And I left in 2013. I believe that they used to have more or less 60 partners. And the yesterday achievement really was a big achievement. I was the witness there. And we used to count within our members, UNHRD, of course, as not UNHRD, WFP, which is including also UNHRD, is including FITEST, is including GVLP, but we are counting them as one member. But if I should think about UNHRD, and behind UNHRD, they have 100 members, 100 partners, then I have to think that most probably the IHC community is much more large than what we used to declare. So those are two reasons why today I decide to award Marta Laurienzo as a UNHRD Network Coordinator. But this is purely your, that was on behalf of WFP. This, no. This is really purely your award for the achievement of the 100 partners. It's also Thank you. Congratulations to everybody, and with the permission of Anand, I'm going to close and try to summarize the main points of today morning. Our strategy has been approved recently during the last board of directors in February. We are going to submit the request of the budget, and we are establishing priorities within those 5 projects and we intend to implement according to the priorities and within the period of course of 2022-2025, because this is the period where we intend to implement our strategy. I'd like to thank personally Silva, then Marta, Robert, Dr. Fauci, and who was there again, Adam, for their contribution in the first panel. What we learned is that there is no doubt we have to work more on emergency preparedness. We need to be much more prepared. We need not only to coordinate among our humanitarian community, try to overlapping, avoiding to get double efforts, considering that each organization has its own peculiarity and its own speciality. It's there is no doubt that we need to create this strong link among ourselves for reinforcing, in particular, our capacity response. And I would like to add that capacity response should be particularly reinforced within the local community, because we can be extremely proud about what we are doing, but in reality, really saving life in emergency are the local community. Those are the guys that are the first intervening. Those guys are the first that knows exactly their own territory, their own exigencies, and so on. So the emergency preparedness and response should involve absolutely the local community. And thanks to Virginie for briefing us on the impact working group. We are extremely proud to be part of that group. It's extremely important to support the customs process. We know very well that customs frequently are, let me say, in the middle. We need to cross the border, but if we want to cross the border quickly, we need to provide them with right papers and so on. And this is the effort that is doing this working group of impact. Is composed substantially by people that are voluntarily working and supporting the humanitarian community and customs in order to avoid to get stuck with the humanitarian aid on the borders. Special thanks again to Noor from Nabil and to Saba, and Fatma from DHL. We know how relevant is the innovation within the humanitarian community, and I'm pretty sure that with your help, guys, we can move ahead easily. Thank you, Mario, for sharing with us the project of Doctors Without Borders in the photo gallery that we have here. And we have within the audience a group of consultants which vis-a-vis IHC are pro bono, but are tasked by the office of Falcon. Can I ask you guys to get up a little bit? Those guys, now can I tell you the secret? You can sit down. These guys are helping us in order to identify solutions on how to generate funds in a consistent manner in order to ensure what this morning I told you in the sense that how can we fill the gaps that are needed by the humanitarian community. How can we assist you in providing you, I hope, at least 50 reliefs per year and so on and so on. And these 5 young guys are helping us as IHC in order to identify the best solution. Thank you very much for being here. I believe that now they understand better on their job. And we learned quite a lot from Jonas, from Jonathan, from Johannes, and from Emmanuel today morning. The academic institutions. Joining the forces with them is not an option, is not a luxury, is a need, is a must. Thanks a lot to our friends for their own contribution. And again, this is another journey that we are starting together with our friends from the universities. Thanks a lot. And then finally, million thanks to Mila for having accepted, it seems, to support us. I volunteered in reality. Thanks a lot to Anan and the team of comms. Thanks a lot to my colleagues from the Central Administration Department, Salama, our IT colleagues, Amira, Harold, and the full team of IHC, because I cannot go ahead with the long list of 27 names, because otherwise the lunch risks to become cold. So thanks very much for attending today's meeting. And I hope we are going to get better time in the future. Thanks again.